control your time, controls your soul. So that's what it is. The thing is basically is somewhat like we were saying, the one factor. You see, if we are looking up to the sky in the morning, we will see only one, the Son of God, or something like this. And then those who can only see during the day and they don't have the eyes to see during the night, then they will miss the fact that there can be more stars in one sky. You see what I mean? Meaning every one of us has a blueprint or a fingerprint that is not gonna match any of the billions on the planet. Meaning only you is you. So whatever you came to achieve or whatever piece of the puzzle that you are, only you can deliver it to that level. You see what I mean? So that's the thing. And this is why we have to make sure that we tame the ego, not to just thinking that we are the fingerprint of everyone else and then trying to block everyone else from being who they came to be. And this is why I say we have to be careful when we saying things, or when someone says something, we have to make sure that where is that coming from? Are we adding to what they're saying? Or in fact, if we are, kind of, what's the word? If we are somewhat counteracting or counter saying what they are saying or something like this, he cannot come from a place of mind. He has to come from a place of heart. You see, meaning he has to be, balanced, of course, with the mind. But if you are coming from heart anyway, you already balanced. Like I shared this morning, the one who moves with heart can only be the one that heart and minds are in balance. You see, and this is why we also want to speak on certain things that may not be comfortable to certain people. But once we say it, you will be comfortable because, we watch the way we speak, and knowing our own egos, we know how to deal with the ego and stuff like this without, stepping on toes. And if you feel certain pain is the necessary, only that we couldn't help or something like that. But we say things sometimes only because we need to say things. Because it's not, pleasing the ego cannot help. You see, I mean, it is, the ego is the child and stuff like that. So we're gonna share with you two videos, which will be two perspectives. The one from Sister Daisy will be from a book that she read. She said she wanted to share it with the people. Because, like Noble Juali say, there cannot be, a nation cannot be a nation when it is a beggar nation. So meaning, and he also further say that we need finance to raise a nation, or something like that. And this is why it's so important, because the one who seek to control, something like this, or should I say the child self who seek to control, they already put certain way. You see, I mean, in ways that even those that are supposed to represent the adults or something like this, they would have to use whatever the children create in order to be themselves. So this is why it's very important that we understand when we are dealing with certain topics like peace, health, wealth, sexual energies, and things like this. Those are matters of adults. Or something like this. Though the children, or the one that is young in the mind and the heart, maybe saying something that may appeal to the ego, but in reality it doesn't really help the overall thing, or nothing really can move forward with that. Because specifically the book that she read, it's been around, and like she said, if many books been written, it was because of that book. So it means, and poverty keeps on going regardless. So what does that mean? It's because something needs to be said further, or needs to be understood further. And Sevan himself, whom I revere, mentioned that in a video I was watching of him yesterday, because, like I say, Sevan's lectures are like music to my ears. And something, even the friends that I have may say, yo, you in love with that man. And I'm not afraid to say. So the thing is, basically, is what? It's somewhat, he would say, yesterday I shared the video where he mentioned that, I kind of forgot by trying to make jokes or something, but I'll make sure to come back to that, you see. So the thing is basically is, we have to understand everyone has a purpose, and every one of us is the one. You see, not the one over the other, but the one that we are, in comparison to the other, if you will. You see what I mean? Because we are all different. And then whatever we're here to do, no one else can do it better than us. Someone else may try, but wholeness for the Dynamo Jack. What's up? What's up, beloved? You see what I mean? So that's what it is. The thing is basically, what else? I shared, like we say, we share this stuff for a reason. It could be to further prepare you from what we're gonna say or something like this. But I forgot what I shared yesterday again to prepare for today. But I did not know of the sister video yet, except that I see that, okay, in synchronicity to what I meant to talk about. Because like we say, money, sex, those are the two power control at the moment. They control the sex, like the show Family Guy would say, is violence on TV. It's sex on TV. So sex is one of the two that they use to control, because humanity is graduating beyond the sacral chakras and everything like this, beyond the thirds or something like this. So third dimension, third chakra, whatever we call it. And the thing is, they already knew to prepare to keep you down there. That's why when we waste the sexual energy, then we cannot go beyond, because someone who knew better already prepared the block. And the same thing too, and when you go into the being, something like this, which is rich men or whatever else, superstar, this and that, then they already also put a block on that, as well. And this block, just like sex, the misuse of the sexual energies on the sacral chakra, and also in the solar plexus or something like the being, just like you see in Hollywood, they say, "I sold my soul," because they cannot go beyond that. Why? Because this is where they're gonna have to graduate to the love, where they meet the God and then get the resolutions to the problems of the earth, and then speak on what's going on and then bring the solutions. And they find themselves not able to be themselves. And this is what they mean by "I sold my soul." Why? For what price? The money that we all worshipping or something like this. So therefore the money becomes the trap. But it becomes the trap because of how we perceive it, because of the power we give in it, because nothing has power except what we give it. You see what I mean? La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. You see what I mean? So the thing is, like, basically, it's not really the money that is the problem, is how we are dealing with it or something like that. And this is why I know it's sensitive topic, just like sex is sensitive. Like right now, many are fighting and dividing against themselves about who's gay, who's transgender, who's sex addict, who's this, who's a pedophile, who's rapist, everything is divided, and then everybody is misusing the sexual energy and stuff like this. But until the proper word comes out, it's gonna continue. You see what I mean? The only thing after the proper word comes out, the only thing that can stop us now from vibrating higher or evolving from that or something is our own selves, because we are our greatest enemy indeed. You see what I mean? So, but by all means, understand that the one is you, is I, is Brother Dynamo, is Sister Ilaro, is Paul, is, you see, I mean, every one of us, you see, I mean, is the one, because no one else is who we are, or what we are, or what we came to do or something. And this is why when everyone has something to say, you see, and this is why you do sell your soul when you take money and then give away your voice. You see, I mean, whatever you came to add to the reality to make it whole, the piece to that puzzle that you were, and then you sold it out, and then now you're just a copy of someone else or something like that. You see what I mean? So this is why much as I know that this is a sensitive topic, But since these are the traps, then we have to talk about them. You see what I'm saying? Because we need to move forward or something. So what I'm gonna do basically is starting with Sister Daisy's video. Not saying that we are against it. What it is basically is to further elaborate on that, because to us, it did not come from the higher self. You see what I'm saying? The book that she mentioned, meaning therefore, like she said, it's been around, but poverty keeps on going. You see what I mean? So it means that was not the complete truth or something like that. So not that it was wrong, but it was not the complete truth. You see what I mean? So this is why we mean to talk about it. You see, and then after that, we're gonna add the ice or whatever to the cake with Sevan's wisdom, and then we will meet you in the end after that. But there are short videos, basically about 15 minutes and to 20 minutes or something like that. So it shouldn't be that long. Let us enjoy it, because once I come through, we make it live. We make sure that you don't go to sleep, because what we are talking about is basically what we need to move forward anyway. Because whatever I am, no one else can be, and whatever you are, no one else can be. So the best sacrifice someone can do is to keep your soul to yourself. You see what I'm saying? And not sell that out, so that you are powerful enough to be who you came to be, and add to what needs to be added, so that we may create the paradise on earth or something like that. So we're gonna let you enjoy Sister Daisy's video first, and then after that, if we have anything to say on that, we will, and then Brother Sevan's video, 2 short ones, and then we will end from there. All right, guys. So let me see, what do we do? Okay. All right. So I could not, retrieve the video from Sister Daisy. So I'm just gonna play it straight from her page. So I hope you guys, get it properly or hear it properly or something like this. But if anything, it will be on her page if you couldn't hear properly or something like this. But we'll try to talk about it or repeat a few things that she said, so that you will hear. You see? So let us go.
Il translate les sciences pour devenir right? That's how you can do. Of course, we really the other grade. So, actuellement, à this rate, on pensait que on fait une 4-3. So, not lire en français ensemble. So, not lire en français ensemble. On peut dire, ça te fait.
So she's mostly speaking in Creole. But what she's saying is important, so this is why we should speak on it. And then also the book She mentioned it. She also shared it in Creole. I mean in French. We'll make sure to share it in the. We'll share it in the chat for those who understand French, and if not, you could just get the book in English. I believe, but I believe it's in English already, the PDF. But I'm gonna listen, guys, and then I will translate as well.
So Lisa actually just consulted like so comme les faire et les connaît stabiliser c'est ça en termes de mes messages. Mes messages. But we'll see how it goes. Ça qui est populaire, c'est Napoléon Hill qui est connu, there's a populaire, but there's young Napoleon Wallace.
Basically, we wish she could have been with us and do this today, but she already did about that. So, and she is not available at the moment.
Naturellement, too, let me do the PDF of the PDF of the English. So we'll drop the PDF there, right? So the pen there, the pen was set, okay? So still trésor, right? Superman, my cousin, is a cousin. Qui se fait, parce que tout le monde parle de livre se faire, ouais, il y a un manque de compréhension de se faire, parce que on se faire bas et puis on comprend se faire. Mais si on lit livre ça, on va tellement vraiment comprendre ça. Parce que lui est difficile à faire. Moi, on doit comprendre que ça tout le monde peut. Il est facile actuellement, il faut pas plus tout le monde pauvre, tout ça tout le monde est dit. Tout ça où non, toujours des problèmes d'argent en effet, right? Parce que oui, c'est science liée. Est-ce que vous pouvez éduquer avec science? Et nous, à dire, la livre, je ne vais pas la faire. Parce que nous éduquer bien à l'autre valeur, right? Mais pour riche, il faut éduquer bien à des riches. Ça veut dire que tout ça, c'est ça que c'est science. So, pour actuellement refaire les gens penser, mais moins penser l'autre en termes de qui ça, moins découvrir qui ça qui unique ici. Les revenus super, chaque monde qui est super, il y a une barrière qui est spéciale avec nous-mêmes. Moins découvrir qui ça qui est spécial. Donc, nous connaissons mon travail sur ça qui est spécial avec nous, c'est ça qui fait de nous. Donc, si même un peu mon Dieu doit penser que les gens vous font, c'est que vous voulez vivre nos points que vous à l'aise. Donc, moi, je voulais manifester pour moi à l'aise. Bon, même si ça va dire riche, mais ou bien doit faire riche. Demander des concentrations, demander au corps, n'a fait là, parce que vous pouvez dire, ok, information, c'est perception, how, qui est bon. Quel que soit mon nom de quoi dire, il est dans Facebook, il y a deux que le tel succès. Vous voyez, c'est pas jamais une chose. Oh, il était un succès, mais 10 gens pour faire tel bagage. Mais nous dit 10 gens, 5. Oh, 10, ok, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10. Et mais, moi, ce qu'il a fait, toute année, mais vous-même, vous pouvez faire 3, 10. Vous comprenez? Donc, c'est perception pour comprendre. Ok? C'est pas plus. Parce que tout bagage demandé, travail. Mais, nous demandons un effort de nous. Et si nous nous que nous faisons loi universelle, nous faisons nous plus que ça nous loi universelle, ouais, c'est application de loi universelle qui va où qui gens pour faire manifestation. C'est important pour comprendre que quel que soit le pouvoir, c'est nous-mêmes qui gagnons. Oui, right? Quel que soit le pouvoir, c'est nous-mêmes. On l'autre monde, on l'autre travail, on l'autre lait. Non, surtout pas le monde pour mettre la génie. So, c'est nous-mêmes qui avons fait manifestation. So, pourquoi? Nous mettez les blancs, non. Nous mettez les blancs en maintenant. Vous allez prendre pour and then we will, make fun, right, of my mom set. Not too bad. Actually, you know what? My don't see that in when I leave, so I said, we don't go fast, we don't go fast shopping, for my stay, Paris. Okay.
So, for those watching that don't speak Creole, basically, and this is why we even elaborate, because it's in Creole, and this knowledge is for the world. So she's doing that on her page, but the page is supposed to be in Creole. So we find it needed for us to translate and go further with what she's saying. The thing basically is. What she's saying is that we can use, first of all, she want to give the secret to becoming wealthy, to becoming rich. This is what the life is about, and she's using the book that held the secret to the science of wealth or something like that. And then also the book mentioned that it's by using the universal laws of attraction and laws of abundance, to manifest that into our lives or something like that. To sum up everything she was saying. So I'm gonna try to sum it up, and those who already understand will understand, and those who don't, as I sum it up, you will understand.
So, why don't vous faire éloigner de la pauvreté? Les faits preuves qu'il n'est pas possible de vivre une vie vraiment complète ou réussie à moins d'être riche.
What she just says is that it is not possible to live a fulfilled life when you are poor, except that you have first to become rich in order to evolve. Without becoming rich, which is a part of evolution, you cannot, evolve while you are poor. Just translating.
Personne ne peut s'élever à la plus grande dimension possible du développement de ses talents ou de son âme, à moins qu'il n'ait abondance de ressources par conséquent.
She said that no one can elevate themselves to the to higher dimension, whether it is by physical or by soul, unless you first become rich or something. And let's continue.
Pleinement, il doit pouvoir jouer de l'usage de beaucoup de choses. Il ne peut pas avoir ces choses à moins d'avoir.
Because he will need a lot of things, to use in order to get there.
L'argent nécessaire à leur achat.
Unless he or she has the necessary money to buy the things to help them evolve.
Si Dieu développe son esprit, son âme et son corps en se servant de ses biens, la société est ainsi organisée de telle façon qu'il
society is organized that way.
Doit avoir de l'argent pour
that you need money.
Devenir propriétaire des biens. Donc la base de tout progrès humain s'appuie sur la connaissance et la maîtrise de la science de l'enrichissement. L'objectif.
So it's like since society is built that way, so it is not possible for you to go without understanding the science of becoming rich or something like that.
Si que tout vit est son développement et tout ce qui vit a un droit inaliénable à tout le développement qu'il est capable d'atteindre. Le droit de l'individu à la vie signifie son droit d'avoir l'utilisation libre et sans restriction de toutes les choses qui peuvent être nécessaires à son plein épanouissement mental, spirituel et physique. Et d'autres termes, son droit d'être riche et vivre dans l'abondance. Dans ce livre, je ne parlerai pas de richesse de manière figurative. Être vraiment riche ne signifie pas être satisfait ou se contenter de peu. Personne ne doit être satisfait de peu.
Okay, she said that we are not talking about riches figuratively. We are saying that no one should be satisfied with being poor or something like this. You should only be satisfied with being rich.
Il est capable d'utiliser et de jouir de plus de richesse. Le but de la nature est l'évolution et le développement de la vie. Chaque individu devrait avoir tout ce.
The goal of life is to hold on. My phone disturbed me, so let me try to.
Il est capable d'utiliser et de jouir de plus de richesse. Le but de la nature est l'évolution et le développement de la vie.
The goal of life is to evolve.
Qui peut contribuer à la puissance, à l'élégance, à la beauté et la richesse de la vie. Se satisfaire de moins est stupide.
To be satisfied with less is stupid.
Ce qu'il veut pour vivre une vie pleine et entière est riche. L'individu qui n'a pas amplement d'argent ne peut avoir tout ce qu'il veut. La vie a tellement évolué et devenu si complexe que même l'homme ou la femme le plus ordinaire exige une grande quantité de richesse afin de vivre aisément. Chaque personne veut naturellement devenir tout ce qui lui est possible et de devenir ce désir de réaliser son potentiel inné et inhérent à la nature humaine. Nous ne pouvons nous empêcher de vouloir être tout ce que nous pouvons être. Le succès dans la vie consiste à devenir ce que vous voulez être et vous ne le serez qu'en utilisant des biens.
Okay, the success of life is to be whatever you want to be, which is something we always accentuate. And then you cannot be what you want to be without using money or something.
Vous devez être suffisamment riche pour les acheter et pouvoir les utiliser librement.
You have to be rich enough to buy anything you need, so and use them to your own advantage.
Dans les enseignements de la science de l'enrichissement est donc le plus essentiel de toutes les connaissances. Il n'y a rien mal à vouloir devenir.
Okay, the science of wealth is one of the most essential science to know, and we can understand why, because since it is the way the society, this matrix is built or something like this, so that becomes the Bible basically is in God we trust. The money is everything, basically. Like we say, money make the world go round. Let's go.
Vouloir la richesse est réellement le désir d'avoir une vie plus entière et plus abondante. Ce désir normal et digne d'éloge. Celui qui ne désire pas d'être celui qui ne désire pas vivre plus abondamment est anormal. Ainsi donc,
the one who doesn't thrive to live a rich life is not normal or something. And what else?
Pour lequel ne désire pas vivre plus abondamment est anormal. Ainsi donc, celui qui ne désire pas avoir l'argent nécessaire pour acheter tout ce qu'il veut.
And the one who is not eager to have the necessary money to buy everything he wants is not normal.
Nous vivons pour le corps, nous vivons pour l'esprit, nous vivons pour l'âme.
We live for the body, the mind, and the soul.
Les meilleurs ou plus sains que l'autre, tous sont aussi souhaitables. Et aucun des trois, corps, esprit ou âme, ne peut être vécu entièrement si l'un des autres ne vit pas pleinement dans son
None of the part of the self, mind, body, soul, cannot thrive unless all of them do what they're supposed to do and have what they're supposed to have.
Nous sommes tous en courant des lourdes conséquences de vivre seulement pour le corps et l'esprit et l'âme.
And we know the danger of living only for the body and not for the soul.
Ce que chacun peut exprimer par le corps, l'esprit et l'âme. Quoi qu'il puisse dire, personne ne peut être vraiment heureux et satisfait à moins de ce que son corps vive entièrement chaque fonction et qu'il en soit de même en ce qui concerne son esprit et son âme. Partout, il y a une possibilité inexprimée ou une fonction non exécutée, il y a un désir insatisfait. Le désir est une possibilité cherchant à s'exprimer ou une fonction cherchant à exécuter. Nul ne peut vivre pleinement de son corps sans une bonne nourriture, des vêtements confortables.
No one can live properly without good food and without good clothes on your back.
Les loisirs sont également nécessaires à sa vie physique.
You will not be able to take a break when you want to and when you need to or something.
Sans dire et du temps disponible pour les étudier sans occasion de voyage et d'observation.
And also to be able to travel and observe the world.
Nous sont expliqués entièrement. Il doit avoir des loisirs intellectuels, il doit s'entourer de tous les objets d'art et de beauté qu'il est capable d'utiliser et d'apprécier. Pour que notre âme vive pleinement, nous avons besoin d'amour et l'expression de l'amour est rare en présence de la pauvreté. Le plus grand bonheur qu'une personne puisse vivre se trouve dans l'amour qu'il donne à ceux qui l'aiment. L'amour pour son expression la plus naturelle et la plus spontanée de dans le don. Celui qui n'a rien à donner ne peut pas exercer son rôle en tant que conjoint, parent, citoyen ou homme privé. C'est dans l'utilisation des choses matérielles que l'homme vit pleinement. Son corps développe son esprit et voit son âme.
It is in the use of the material things that the man develop his soul, his mind. It is perfectly normal that you desire to be rich.
Une femme normale, vous ne pouvez-vous en empêcher. Il est tout à fait normal pour vous apporter toute votre attention à l'étude des principes enseignés par la science de l'enrichissement parce que c'est la plus noble et la plus nécessaire de tous les études.
It is important that you understand the science of wealth and then use it in your life because this is the most necessary science in this life. But as you can see, we do not repeat certain things. Once you see we quiet, it's because the same thing is being repeated different ways. So we just don't need to say it over. But anything that is new, we translate. The right to abundance. Just
les moins lire, non, les moins lire ça. Les, pas dire facile pour moi, parce qu'il y a une petite compréhension qui me fait. Parce que une n'a pas mis la.
When she read this book, a lot of comprehension come up and stuff.
Mon remède c'est carré, corps, esprit et âme.
Yeah, she's saying that people like to separate the mind, the body, and the soul. You think that you can only take care of the body, or you should only take care of it. They don't know the difference between the spirit and the soul. You have to take care of yourself mentally. You understand the physical because you see it, you can touch it. But all three work together. One help the other. And she's saying, I'm not smaller than my soul. Where I am, I'm helping my soul. It's not one way that Okay.
Si vous comprenez ça, si vous pas occupé, si vous pas mettez corps dans la vie physique lumière, si vous pas mettez tête dans position pour à l'aise, dans position pour bien tout ça rouler, ou en effet, quand aucun service à ni esprit ni âme.
If you don't, give yourself what you need, you're not doing any service to your mind, to your body, and so. So as we can see, the sister, I asked her first if she agreed to that I use a video and stuff, but she just texted me saying that she does mine and stuff like this. Maybe we was only for the group and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna stop it there, guys, and then I'll speak on it basically because that's what I told her. That I could use the book, but it's why read it if she already read it. So that's why I wanted to make it faster. But we're gonna stop this one and then we will speak on it because basically what she's saying it's all true and it's all good. You see what I mean? But the thing is, like I said that because most of the time we are made to understand that when we speak or elaborate on things, we think we are being against what's being said. No. It's not against. This is like it's not the proper way of thinking. Although it may be at times, that's why we have to understand. because we mostly are, surrounded by the unevolved ego and stuff like this at all time. So we can only deal with each other, first by thinking this is where we at or something like that. But certain people among us really, have their egos tamed and stuff like this, and their ego knows it's a child and trust the spirit that guides it or something like that. This is the true success of life indeed. So the thing is basically, like she basically was saying, what, guys, it's all true. It is all good. That's why we want you to understand that we are not talking about it based on like that we are against what she's saying, except that we are saying that, everyone has something to say about every topic. You see, our role is not to disagree if there's no need to be, because what the book, not that she mentioned, but what the book mentioned is basically fact. You see what I mean? Or should we say most of it? Because I know some of you may disagree with certain things, because like we say, books are of men, and men, make mistakes and stuff like this. It's not really a mistake, it's just where the man was, you see, because everybody speaks based on their experiences and things like this, or agendas, or whatever it is has to do with the book. So the thing is, like, but as we are on wealth and things like this, and then me, as you can see, I always speak on wealth all the time, because, I understand the importance of that, or something like this. So our role basically is everyone who's on the live, or whoever come across this live also, may have something else to say, you see, about the same topic. Like we say, everybody holds a piece to the puzzle. You see what I mean? Like the one is not just one, because everyone may have, to give you an example of this specific topic, everyone is gonna have a certain understanding or certain degree of understanding of the same topic, which is wealth or abundance. Some may bring abundance based on what was, meaning based on the synthetic matrix that we are thriving to live beyond, or something like this, according to what they learned from there, or something like this. And some make, which is all good, because many people are gonna be left into this level or something. So they do need a way to live properly, because nothing is really to be rejected, except it's either something to grow you in any way. You see what I mean? No weapons formed against you shall prosper, because everything, you can turn everything to something. It could either be a success or it could be a lesson, but lesson or success at the end of the day goes in the same box. Why? Because the lesson is indeed part of your success, you see, because we need the lesson to succeed. So that's what it is, and this is why once you understand life to this degree, you will find there's no need to feel any other way, or to feel threatened, or to feel jealous, or all of these things will disappear completely once you reach that level of being, or something like that. You see what I mean? And this is where we need to be in order to move forward, because as you can see, paradise or the Eden is not made for the ego. That's where you have to shed that skin, or something like this, because you will burn out. Why? Because this is vibrating beyond, what the ego is, or something like that. You see what I mean? And this is why, everything we say is for a reason. You see what I mean? And we urge everyone to not just quickly jump to conclusion, because I'm only saying it to myself first, because if I don't recognize it in me, I won't know he exists. And this is why we say that, any judgment you throw, you first throwing it at yourself, because you would not recognize it in someone else unless he existed in you first. You see, and once you have this understanding, you will never take it wrong from certain people. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is, judge lest ye be judged, indeed. So that's what it is. The thing is, basically, this video is not up against, it's only to elaborate further, to take it from the degree that the book was speaking, and graduate it, or go beyond this matrix into a new world. You see what I mean? How it's gonna work. The same science, the same understanding, how we're gonna, vibrate them to a degree where they will work in the new world. You see what I'm saying? That's why we are speaking on it. So from the notes we take so far, why everybody is poor and things like this. So it's based on the book somehow. Is first, we already mentioned all of this already, and this is, like I said, this is, I'm speaking on this because of how important it is. And you best believe if the sister mentioned it and that triggers what I need to say, nothing happens by mistake. You see, my thing is like, I can do that sometime, not some other time, because I'm writing a script or a movie, trying to sell it and turn some cash and stuff like this. So I need my time, and this is why you don't see me online all the time, because I need to, like she say, attend to all parts of self or something like that, because I do not depend on no one but myself, right? So I need to create means to gain certain things. So what it is basically, but when the iron is hot, this is when you beat it, like the blacksmith would say, or something like that. You see what I mean? And the spirit don't care what you're trying to do with seeking food or whatever. It's, certain things are priority. You see what I mean? Because when you have to sacrifice the small fish for the bigger fish, something like that. This is mother against ego. You see, and ego just bow. So that's what it is. This is why I'm on live today. But it wasn't an intention, and this is why we thank the sister for starting the conversation, and this is why we are continuing it. And since we are vibrating to the level of a new world, then we're gonna talk about it on a level where we can use the same things that the brother mentioned in the book, and then make it work in the new world. And what it is, money, it's gonna be needed. It's not that what needs to be changed. It's not to make it crypto or this and that and remain the same in the mind. So except that we're talking about the mind, understanding of what that is, so abundance, this and that, and the proper way to get to understand what they are in order to really change things or something like that. You see what I mean? So and what else is and then also we want to make sure to start first. But the first point was, why is everybody poor? Like as the book was mentioning about poverty, and those are keywords to us. You see what I mean? And then we want to talk on those keywords or something like that. You see what I mean? So poverty, we already mentioned what poverty is and what it means, and then we want to make sure to give an example of the scriptures. You see what I mean? The scriptures, which is the highest level of any book. The scriptures are the highest wisdom in existence, or something like this. You see, anyone who writes, again, their words must be weighed against the scriptures. You see what I mean? To see if it can be used for a new world. Because I don't know if you remember the movie, The Book of Eli. Remember, those who really know, what were they looking for? They were not looking for anything except this special book. Nothing from Pythagoras or this, that, whatever. No. What they wanted to look for is the Bible. Because this one is what holds the formula to create a new world or to start something new properly or something like this. You see what I mean? And they wanted to kill whoever has that to take it. You see what I mean? So why? Because it is true that nothing is this is why we don't speak against the scriptures, because the truth is one. And if the scriptures stood time, the test of time, is because they are on the truth. Even though there may be versions that are distorted to fit certain people's agenda, but the truth nonetheless. You see what I'm saying? So once you are able to recognize truth within yourself, then you not only you see the lies or the manipulation within the truth, at the same time seeing the truth under the manipulation. So should you reject the truth because it can manipulate others, or you should accept it because it cannot manipulate you, only make you grow, because only truth sets you free, right? So this is why the book, somehow, you see, it goes against a lot of the scriptures. And this is why that's why, not that it's wrong, like we say, it fits the criteria of someone who will be left in the matrix. I mean, to that level, the third dimension. But to graduate beyond, you cannot go beyond the scriptures. You see what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Not it's a lie, understand? It is true but to what degree or to what dimension? You see what I mean? Certain things that works for third dimension will not be the same for the beyond or something like that. You see, there's gonna have to be a little change at least. So what do we need? What keyword we're focusing on right now? We spoke on it already, but we need to say it again. You see, need to, like I said. So the thing is, pour. We explained that pour is what? P-O-O-R, P-O-U-R. And to say that already, some already get it. But for those who need to hear more, let's go to the scriptures. He would say, in the end, the poor will be sitting on thrones with cups surrounded by pearls and diamonds, sipping on wine or something like this, whereas the rich will be judged for every penny that they had. And another scripture says what? It says, it is easier for the poor man to go to what is it called it for a camel to go through a needle eye than a rich man to go to paradise. These are not against amassing wealth or whatever this and that, if you truly understand. They're just speaking from on a evolved point of view. I mean, to evolve beyond material or something like this. When you evolve beyond material, doesn't mean you do not have them anymore. You see, it means that they don't control you because it is truly in abundance where you are, and you don't have to really live anything. Because the only time you find poor, that is on the third dimension. Beyond that, there's no such thing. And this is why the ego or the one who think of poverty cannot make it there, because such thing does not exist. You see what I'm saying? So, and this is why the proper understanding of poverty, why the scripture mean, what does the scripture mean by the poor will be sitting on thrones? It's because poverty is only a state of mind. It does not really actually exist in the way that we think it does. So once you get that understanding now, then you will know, okay, why can people eat? Now you're going to ask the proper questions and then thereby get the right answers, you see? But where I'm at, no one are able to bring the proper questions. And this is why sometimes I have to question myself in order to bring the answer. You see what I mean? But I don't say, and I don't want to force anyone, because I want people to get, because certain teachers or something like this, it's not that they don't know who's who or the question. There's a reason why everything is done. It's like we want the question not because we want answers, but we want the question to see where the ones listening are at. Are they vibrating high enough to raise the proper questions? Because question alone, not only answers give you to show where you are or you know. No, question can tell you that can tell you you know or don't know as well. You see what I mean? Because let's say someone may read a book and they know, but just because they read it doesn't mean they really know. But from a question, we can tell who knows. You see what I mean? Because you wouldn't ask this question unless you knew something. You see what I mean? This is why don't be afraid to ask questions. Like the movie would say, this is the right question. You see what I mean? So even in this time, like we know, it's knowledge is in abundance around us. Now it's to know what you need to know. You see, because if you don't know what you need to know, meaning having the proper questions in your mind, then where are you going to lead yourself? Because it's the question that leads the way. You see what I'm saying? So first you have to know what to ask or something like that. You see, and I'm speaking to our ego right now so that we can allow the spirit to lead or something like this. Allow the heart to lead the mind or something. So the thing is basically why is poor? Poverty does not really exist, and this is what the scripture means by that, when it says, the poor man will be. Why? Because it's just like in the Matrix. You remember when Morpheus say, you think this is how you see the Matrix on TV, meaning, okay, who is poor, who is rich, who is this, who is that. This is how it's put on your eyes. But let me put the veil off and show you how it is really. So now what was inverted become upward, meaning whatever you thought was poor become rich, and whatever you thought was rich become poor. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. So in reality, poverty doesn't exist. To say it exists is to disrespect Mother Earth, is to disrespect the Mother Universe or something like this, or Father Universe or something like that. You see what I mean? So that's the thing. We can't do that when our mind can even understand majority of who we are or where we are and things like this. We already missing majority of the point. How can we really know what that is unless we follow wisdom or something like that? And then trust me, you cannot go beyond the third unless you really have proper understanding of the language that you are using. Why? Because the language is the key. You see, I mean, this is where all the secrets are hidden or something like this. It's not the word poor. What is your intake on that? What is your understanding of poverty? What is your intake on whatever? You see, success or what the keywords, you see, I mean, that leads forward or something like that. And this is why now we will find ourselves worshipping, if we say, you know, if we take it the way the book say it, it means there's nothing wrong with that needs to be changed. We're already in paradise. You see, that's what we are saying. Why? Because many people that have the type of wealth we are seeking, that we think is the shit, then they are the one really, you know, already messing things up. So what are we really saying? You see what I'm saying? You see? So the thing is, like, it's just you know, we have to evolve in our thoughts and things like this in a way, so that things, you know, happen properly or something like that. And the word poverty, like we say, from to go with the scripture already tell you plain that, you know, it doesn't exist. And let's go into history or reality or something like this. Why? We already mentioned why. It's because we have the social security, we have the birth certificate, and these are bonds that are traded on the market every day. And every poor person who you see owes billions of dollars on their account. So that is on their name and that belongs to them. Why? Because the minute you come through, you win already. The rest, the life itself is not based on, you didn't come to get rich, because you're already rich. You see what I'm saying? That's the thing. To win and have experienced the Garden of Eden, that's it. Everything, remember the way it was prescribed at first, right? To the scriptures. Whatever your heart desire. You see what I'm saying? I mean, that's the true one, indeed. You see what I mean? Without having to sell yourself or your soul or nothing. That's what we are saying. So the thing basically is, when we say, okay, what is really poverty and why did it change? And then it comes, now the matrix loses its power on the mind, and then things turn back to the way they were as it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. Meaning the poor becomes rich because he was never poor in the first place, except that someone was holding their wealth and making them think they don't have it or something like this. And unless they sell their soul, they cannot get a piece or something like this. So this is something that is part of the matrix, but it's not part of actuality or something like that. Because in reality, Mother Earth can provide for anything or anyone. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is basically, is now, just like the Bible also mentioned of the Jubilee, where everyone shall be returned to their land and return their wealth to them. And this is why the poor is sipping on a cup of gold and this and that, because it was already there for them, except that they did not know. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it means. So now, if we continue with the same old mindset, then we're gonna allow things to continue the way they are, where the poverty continue. And then what you see Hollywood is trying to tell us, where Earth is dry, bare, and things like this, then this is our end indeed. Why? Because we did not graduate to higher thoughts. You see, I mean, that's why it's so important that we tame the ego. Don't feel bad when we talk, when we elaborate on each other's words. Because even what I'm saying right now, someone is gonna have something else above what I'm saying, not to go against what I'm saying, but this is the piece that they hold of their truth in their heart that I'm not capable to see, because this was not part of my journey. Because on the same subject, everyone should, because they have something to say on it. You see what I mean? This is why you can never get bored. I would hear Sister Daisy speak of wealth, and I will go and listen to Sister Elaro speaking on the same topic, because they're each gonna say it their own way according to their journey, and without them having to go against each other, because there's only one truth. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. They may say it differently, but it's the same. So if we don't tame that ego, then there's no going beyond. You see what I mean? And that's the end of it. And this is why when I'm speaking too, since I'm not retarded and I'm not stupid or in ego or fool, then when I'm corrected or something like this, I feel happy. And especially when it's corrected, if it's something that was, up for the eaters or something like this. And I want to take an example. I'm not gonna name the name of this European sister that I follow, and she mentioned something about the thoughts not being intelligence or something like that. You see, and then she said, okay, thoughts are not higher or lower, are not intelligence or something like that. You see, it is. I forgot what the complete thing said, and then I further said that thoughts indeed are not intelligence. It is there because thoughts vibrate high or low. It is the choosing of the higher thoughts that is intelligence. Something like this, and then she came and say, okay, what is vibrate or something. So, and then she would go to say that we learn as we go. Yet she said that because she's thinking I'm going against her. But look how she stand against her ego, saying we learn from her own followers, thousands and hundreds of thousands. We learn as we go, thinking I was going against her. But then I said, no. What you say, I'm just further elaborating on what you say. I'm not going against what you say. What you say is true. That's it. But just for those who may not understand, then I'll go beyond to explain intelligence in relation to thoughts or something like that. You see what I mean? Because there's always more than we think that can be said, because there's different levels of consciousness. So if we just say it like that, some may grasp the whole thing, but depending on their levels of consciousness. But are we trying to get anyone who seek to vibrate higher, or only those that are already vibrating higher? This is why I went and whatever needs to be said further, I would say it further, adding myself into it. You see what I mean? So this is complementing her thoughts, not going against it. There's no need to go against truth. If we can go against some truth, then it's what is truth then? You see what I'm saying? So no one can go against truth. This is why once you understood, there's nothing to worry about. Ego is thing. You see, I mean, you don't worry, because let's say I say something. If I say it's the truth and someone go against it, then that's why I say it's against your own self. Because once I bring the truth to you, you feel stupid. Don't blame me, because you're the one that thought you could stand against truth. Because that's not. I don't create truth. I just follow or I submit to it. You see what I mean? That's all it is. So we have to be with truth so that we don't worry about what ego thinks and stuff like that. You see what I mean? So the thing is, basically, this is not a war. This is, speaking on the same subject in English language or something, because it is an important topic. You see what I mean? So in case the sister would take it the wrong way or something like that. You see what I mean? So the thing is, basically, is what is poor? Okay, poor will be sitting on thrones. So how do we turn the poor to sit on the right throne? Is to understand abundance and understand the wealth that can build the new world. Yes, we already have a few things going on, like few solutions like crypto, this and that, and hundreds of them already in existence. But if the mind has not changed, then therefore there's nothing that's gonna change. It may, like the band-aid can only cover the disease. You know what I mean? Not really cure it. Hiding it is what the band-aid can do. Turning money, the name of money, to something else, or whatever. You cannot fix. To tell you the truth, it is not changing from paper to nothing that's gonna really make it better in reality. It's the mind, that where it comes from, must change. The projector. You see what I'm saying? That's the thing. So the thing is basically the poor, which is not really poor anyway. That's why when I look on people, I feel bad. Not bad that they don't have, but bad that they do not know themselves. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I feel bad when I see someone poor on the street or whatever we use. I don't feel bad for them, or they don't have none. Because all of these people, one thing I recognize from the poor people, like whites, and this is why I tell people, some men will come to me and say, when a white man asks me for $1 and he's poor or something like this on the street, and then I would give, forgive the word white man, because you see, for lack of better word for the moment, is that basically I give, and then someone would come to me and say, yo, how are you giving white men this and that? But in reality, the thing is, like, people don't understand, is that this world, this matrix is made for the betterment of the so-called white or something like this. Those you see that don't prevail, like don't become rich in this matrix, is because they go against the matrix. Why? Because they are led by their hearts. They don't want to sell out the black people to the justice system just to live in a rich neighborhood. They don't want to do certain things that feel connected to their souls. So why would I not take their sacrifice as something worthy of my miserable dollar or something like that? You see what I'm saying? So we have to learn to see reality for what it is, not what we are told that it is. You see what I mean? And this is why my actions are never understood since young. You see what I mean? It's because I don't go by the majority. I tend to go against the majority. Why? Because in my subconscious, I feel like the majority is not really capable of leading anywhere but doom. Especially Hollywood is already saying it in our face all the time. You see what I'm saying? So we are not helping if our thoughts vibrate on the same level of everyone else. Those we want to help, and those that are helping, or something like this. You see what I mean? That's why there has to be a middle path between us. You see what I mean? The one that doesn't sit neither left nor right. It's just on itself. You see what I'm saying? It's a part in itself. Just like you see the politicians, you see, I mean, they do the same thing. You will find Democrats, you will find Republicans, and you will find the one that is neither. You see, there has to be the third one or something like this in a way. But the ego is the worst enemy that we face. So of course the ego is gonna try to tame that. And what is happening in reality is just like in the home. The children are here to teach us about the ego. In our home, you will find movies showing you children, wanting their parents to disappear. Why? They feel too controlled or something like this. So I wish my parents would disappear. But when the parents disappear, now they have the freedom they were asking for. But what happens with that freedom? They were not ready for it. Now they ask for mommy and daddy back. And only if they were lucky enough to get them back. Then this is the same thing going on. When truth comes to you, you feel bad. You want whoever's speaking it to go away. You see what I mean? Like, what the fuck you talking about? Get the fuck out of my face. Or whatever. It's the same as the children, pushing away the parents because they feel control. You see what I mean? But they can't do without the parents. Otherwise, the universe don't make mistakes. The universe gives you the parents regardless of how you feel about them for a reason, for your own good. You see what I mean? But the children are not really wise enough to know that it is for their own good. And this is why it took me 20, 30 years to recognize I need to trust myself more than I trust other people, because I keep putting myself below people when in fact I keep fighting that, no, you're not below with your thoughts. You see what I mean? The thing is, like among myself as children, like when everybody's mad at parents for whipping their ass, when they ask me why I stop crying so fast, or why I'm smiling or laughing, making jokes while we're on our knees, I would say, yeah, because it's for our good. They don't get it. You see what I mean? It's just not that I knew what good it was, but I felt like I needed to trust the parents. You see what I'm saying? So that's the thing. Not having parents, when I say, okay, I was not raised with mother, no father, this and that, I'm only saying that because sometimes having them may be your problem if they are not properly trained. You see what I'm saying? Or something like that. So when you have to trust the universe at some point. You see what I mean? You trust it. It's not always going to look popular like when the universe decides. It's not going to be popular according to the masses or something like this. Most of the time you will find the universe is against the masses. You see what I mean? So that's the thing. Because we're saying the things, you see what I mean? So we have to be careful in this level, because we can move forward, but ego cannot go where we are going. You see what I mean? Because it is in the scriptures that ego cannot. Even in Islam, they show that Angel Gabriel was taking Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him, to the highest heaven, to the seventh heaven, to have a conversation with God. And as he was going, first heaven met Adam, second heaven met this, third heaven met that, different heavens meeting different prophets and wise men. And then after, when he reached the fifth or sixth heaven, and then Angel Gabriel stopped. And then Prophet Muhammad say, why did you stop there? And then he show him a peak of seven heaven, and he sees a tree that with fire on it and stuff like this. And then he say, this is where you're gonna speak to the Messiah. You see, and I can only leave you there. The angel had to stop from the sixth heaven. So let's see, the angel is the soul, and the soul is what? The ego, the light. You see what I'm saying, or something like that. So, but he cannot go there, because when you reach there, you don't need that anymore, because you are now the sun. You are not the light. You are now everything that you see, or something like this. You see what I mean? So he cannot reach. You don't need ego anymore, because you are balanced within yourself. You see what I'm saying? You don't need anything outside of you. But the more we feel against truth, then the more ego is in need of taming, or something like this. We cannot, remember, the self is the best thing to work on. So we have to make sure everything we are teaching goes with us first. You see, I mean, but if we miss the teaching that we are given, then we did not help humanity. You may help someone who was wise enough to take heed, but no one really learns properly from ego and stuff like that. You see what I mean? We have to understand there's no place for ego beyond this. You see what I mean? While we are trying to go, ego has no place, basically. So the thing is, somewhat is, and it further says, using universal law of attraction to manifest abundance. You see, and this is true. You see, that's what we say. But first we have to understand what degree of abundance you're talking about. Is it abundance like me having to write a movie and then come up with things in a wise way, you know what I mean, but still, based on whoever is gonna buy it or something like this? Because in reality here, only ego can thrive. Spirit cannot. You see what I mean? Spirit will not thrive in this matrix, because spirit is will. So willness don't thrive in fakeness. You see what I mean? It just doesn't work that way. You see what I mean? So most of the time that's why most of us, sometimes we may think we're working for spirit, but we are working against spirit. You see what I mean? Because spirit is in no need of bread. Spirit is in no need of certain things. And spirit will sacrifice the body when it needs to for the soul evolution. Because spirit does not satisfy body except to the degree that it needs to. But if anything gotta be sacrificed, it's the body first, not spirit, not soul. You see what I mean? Now you see the rappers and this and that, they are real with themselves, and this is why I cannot throw them under the bus, because I'm only against stupidity. I'm not against the one who recognize their weakness. I can't be against that, because that would be against myself, because I live vulnerably. You see what I'm saying? So I only praise it, because I know it is the real strength. I'm not thinking like everyone else. I know weakness is the strength in this matrix. You see what I'm saying? So the weakness of the white man who did not want to sell the slave, thereby becoming poor, but is he really poor? And this is what the next video is going to be about. When Sevan Aboma will speak on being poor in this life, but rich in the afterlife. Because this life is only for time. You see what I mean? So the real life is the afterlife. You see what I mean? And those are the things we need to understand. Because in sacrificing one thing is basically what we say sometimes, when entrepreneurs sacrifice the small fish, which is what I'm doing right now for my new business, because it's a new business. I used to be in cell phone. Therefore, now a new business is emerging, a new evolved idea that can benefit the whole world, because cellular does benefit the whole world, but me being in cellular, it was not really helping the whole world. It could only feed myself and help me alone. You see what I mean? But being in media now is a new evolved idea. Why? Because Media is what controls the world. So when there's a media that can, be on the same level as the dark media, then now the world may benefit. You see what I'm saying? So it's still business, but now, at first, now in business, you have to sacrifice the small fish to catch the big fish. That's why you see the entrepreneurs who they give free tryouts. That's sacrificing. You see what I mean? So that they can get you to depend on that product. You see what I'm saying? Sacrifice is the key. First comes sacrifice, then you serve them the product. You see what I mean? But without sacrifice, there's no service. You see what I'm saying? It's just the way the will matrix works. So the thing is basically using universal law of attraction to manifest abundance. True. So except that we need to understand the universal law according to spirit, not according to this matrix. You see what I'm saying? So according to this matrix, we already know it's easy to make money in this matrix. It's easy to be rich. That's what I'm saying. It's not hard at all. Like, you see, the best ones among the matrix, like, I forgot the name of this brother whom I listen to. Sometimes he curses at us because he thinks we're stupid from Silicon Valley. You see what I mean? He thinks we're stupid for asking how to be rich. What the fuck are you asking that for? This is so stupid. Because it is easy. All you have to do is to do what's required. You see what I mean? Know what you want and then go after it. Whatever you need to sacrifice, sacrifice it. The only thing that is hard is now to go against or going beyond what is. The matrix that we grew up on, this is our foundation, our feet. This is how we are taught to see everything or something. Now we need to become sovereign beings. So now you're in the waters again. You feel vulnerable, you don't know what to do. So that's why we're going to take everything we already had to try to build something new with the same old things. You see what I'm saying? But that's the vulnerability. This is the only place that you can feel like, oh, I don't know what to do. You see what I mean? Because that's new. But this matrix been thriving for many years. All you have to do is to follow those that succeeded. That's it. You see what I mean? It's that simple. And this is why we don't go with that. Because it's simple. Go with those that are making it already. That's it. Listen to them. That's what they would tell you. Just pay. If they go to a restaurant that a plate is $300, sacrifice $300 of your dollars and invite them for dinner, and they will give you a key, and then your life changed from this moment. It's done. You see what I'm saying? Speaking with them for a second only change. That's why we say the word is what begins everything. In the beginning was the word. You just need the word from those who know, and then your world changed. You see what I mean? So it's that simple. But now the challenge is to be adult now. The one that not going with daddy's and mommy's wealth, but to build our own wealth, meaning the new world. You see what I mean? Starting from scratch now. You see what I mean? When I say mommy and daddy, meaning the ones that created that money for this world. The ones that succeeded there and already created abundance, and now you have the jobs and so you can go and work and stuff like this. That's all mommy and daddy's work. So now the children must graduate and become the one to create the new. But if they can't, then of course the old continues. You see what I mean? Because something gotta be. You see what I mean? The foundation, everything needs a foundation. You see what I mean? What's gonna be that foundation? Is it the old, where you wanna have to sacrifice to get, and you cannot get abundance unless you sacrifice the soul? Blah blah blah. Is it what we want again? You see what I'm saying? That's why it's a topic. Just like sex, it's not something, okay, I said it and then it's done. No. We have to leave it open for everyone to add their journey into it. Because my journey may relate to some of you, but my journey will not relate to some of you. You see what I mean? So now what happens is that we leave it open for one to come and fulfill that whole or something like that. You see what I mean? Everything. That's why you don't find me shutting no one down. And if I do it unless I need to. You see what I mean? Because I let people express themselves. You see? Because I said, go, speak. You see what I mean? Because like Sevan, don't you see what Sevan is doing? Sevan wants everybody tell me your uniqueness. He's looking for it because he find his, but what's yours? Yours is going to fulfill me. You see what I mean? And as mine fulfilled you. You see what I mean? The same way he offered his uniqueness, he still needs someone else's uniqueness to fulfill himself. Because we are pieces to each other. You see what I mean? That add to each other. So that's when you see ego is not in the place. Even if ego may be there, but ego is stained. You see what I mean? Because our job in third dimension is not to destroy ego, because ego is our children. You see what I mean? Except that we know what we need to allow ego to talk on or speak on or whatever. You see what I mean? Understand the degrees that we can allow ego to come through or something like that. You see? But everyone has something, whether it's the poor, whether it's the rich, everyone has a piece of the puzzle. But to the universe is not seeing the way we're seeing it. Or it's only when the rich men speak that we listen. It's not only when, you see what I mean? The universe don't give a fuck about none of that. The universe is not seeing things like we see things. You see what I mean? It's not about, okay, who's rich, okay, maybe he knows because look at his house, or look at, no, the universe don't give a fuck. So unless we do not give a fuck about that, we're gonna miss the whole thing. And this is why now, the way it works, let's say some people, okay, I invite someone to come speak. And they look at my followers, that's not enough for me to speak. That's ego. Because in reality, what you're seeing is not what it is. Yet you decided on that. You see what I'm saying? You think you're seeing the truth, you're seeing the reality, but it's not. It's a manipulated reality. You see, like the algorithm itself know who to put on top. It's not going to be the one who's against this matrix to build a new one now. Because it's going to work against itself. It's always going to give way to the one, like we explained to you the matrix and how it works before with that video from the brother Tehuti. How it works. But when we test people, it's for a reason. Not to play games, though it is a game anyway, at the end of the day, to the one who understands. Because what else can you do with it? Except, okay, since they're playing, you have no choice but to play. You see what I mean? But your reason for playing is not the same reason they are playing. You see what I'm saying? Action is nothing but the intention. You see? So the thing is, like, we play to know who's who. You see what I mean? And the level of their understanding from what they are speaking. Because the thing is, like, when they say, okay, blah, 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 and then we, on purpose, we already expected the result. And this is why you see certain people, you see, I mean, would respond and certain would not, without having to mention names and stuff like this. And certain would say, you're this and that, blah, 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 and come blunt to you, say, no, you know, not enough for me or whatever. You see what I mean? Because the intention now comes forward to say, I'm about the followers. You see what I'm saying? That's it. Life, once you are wise, life tells you everything without having to look for it. It just happened. You see what I mean? And you know how to make it happen. You know how to get the truth from the lie, because lie exists because of truth. You see what I mean? Not the other way around. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. So the thing is, like, when we said to people to come, they would say, then we know their intention, what they are after, even if their word may say different. But is it wrong? We're saying, no, it's not wrong. Because, like, we know we need to survive, we need to live, we need to pay bills, we need to do this. How could we judge them for doing that? No, we're not judging, except that we need to understand the level of what's being said to the level of the spirit that is speaking those words. Why we need to do that? It's because we know most of people that will be speaking in this time, or any time for that matter, since the advent of literature and books, now may have certain knowledge that they don't, that are premature in their lives. Not that they went through the journey and get it, but they went to work and get it. You see what I'm saying? So that's the thing, and that's why there's ways to move towards the new world. But if you are moving according to old, then you're not creating a new. You see what I'm saying? You have to allow yourself to feel vulnerable. Allow yourself to know you don't know everything. Allow yourself to listen to everyone that's saying something without judgment. And listen again and again to see, okay, did I get it wrong? Did I get it right? You see what I'm saying? And stuff like this. So recently I mentioned the brother Yada and all the great things that he's doing because of something he mentioned about, if somebody is asking for donation, you know, they're not real leaders. You see what I mean? You know it's ego speaking, so that's why I had to listen over and over to see how much of the ego is speaking. I didn't just take it at first because it's my ego responding. I listened many times because ego is always going to be loud until he's tired. Like, forget you. That's why you listen over and over until ego is tired and sit down and then allow spirit to listen itself. You see what I mean? I listen over and over, and then when ego sit down, then the spirit recognize that he did mention that if they are asking for nothing, you see what the ego missed? Because the ego is already, before you speak, ego already want to say something. You speak, ego thinks he knows the child itself. You see what I mean? That's why children speak back, talk back. You see what I mean? So you have to allow ego to be itself, and then in complete peace within yourself, and let ego be what it is, and then until it's exhausted, and then after that you come through in complete peace within yourself, and then listen, because time doesn't exist where you are as a spirit, so you're not worried about time. Okay, let ego be. All right, let that be a child, and then ego's gonna get tired because ego's physical and he has limits. You see what I'm saying? So once ego see you listen too much, then ego's gonna be like, forget you. And then that's when you have time to listen. And then that's when I heard when he said, if they're asking for a donation for nothing, you see what ego missed? Then that make a big difference. Because he's right when he say for nothing. If the person is asking you, give me for nothing, and then you get nothing out of it, then there was the leadership in that. You see what I'm saying? But ego already say, oh, how could you say that? And I already give myself enough. Ego give me enough because ego knows I love Savon and Sister Daisy and the tribe and stuff like this, the people on that tribe. So he uses the people of that tribe to gain my approval, the spirit approval, I mean. So the thing is, like, he say, okay, Savon asked for donations and time. Great people, like the actress, the Haitian actress, what's her name again, went to Haiti to help the girls in Haiti, ask for donation, blah, blah, blah. You see what I mean? But then he did have some truth to say. You see what I mean? He said it right. It's like if they're asking for no reason. This is why when people ask, they are not, some people, if they are working for themselves, like say, oh, I need a house to live. I need this, I need that, whatever. Then that, which is not wrong in reality. That's why we wanted to even mention that as well. We should not stop someone anyway from giving to anyone. You see, like when sometimes we give ourselves a reason not to give the poor. Oh, you're just going to do drugs. But the person already sacrificed themselves. Not that they couldn't make it, because it's easy. Because the poor is not really stupid. It's because they are smarter than those who do not want to sacrifice. They do not want to sacrifice their soul because in them they feel too much power and too much, light and beauty to sacrifice this for that. So we decide to go without. You see what I'm saying? Because that's why we have to learn to see the poor. I'm not saying that all poor are that. Some poor, like they will sell people, they'll do anything, yet still not make it. Those are not the poor. You will know them by their marks, like the Bible says, or you would know. You will see they don't beg. You will see they don't feel bad about their situation. They're just patient and can't wait to just die out of here. But they will not kill themselves. You see what I'm saying? That's the thing. They have their marks. That's why even among the poor, there is those that, maybe. You see what I mean? But you will know them. You will feel, when that type of poor people come to you, you will feel the energy. You will feel the vibration that is dirty, and you don't want to mix with it because it feels like a jinn. It feels like a demon or something like this coming at you. You see what I'm saying? But not all poor come at you. You feel like that. That's why we need to see the proper poor, because the ancestors may come to you in the form of a poor person. So your ego will allow you not to gain that wisdom that it brought to make you go higher, because you are thinking from egoistic point of view or something like that. You see what I mean? Because to where spirit is, it doesn't matter. Because look at what the CIA does. Look at what the police, NYPD may do or LAPD do. Same thing spirit may do. You see what I'm saying? So it's the same thing spirit may do. You see? So the thing is like basically they will disguise themselves as a poor person to spy on the community. That's wisdom. You see what I mean? That is wisdom. They disguise themselves as a poor. You come and then think they are poor and whatever, and then do you that when let's say a drug dealer wanna sell, when he sees a poor person begging out, you think they're gonna worry about that poor person? They know it's powerless. So this is why they go to the smallest version in the reality to be the most powerful, meaning to see everything. You see what I mean? You have to start seeing things according to the mature self. You see what I mean? Because it really can serve you regardless of what it is, poor, rich, whatever. It will serve spirit to the same degree. You see what I mean? Because really it's not the thing. It is the being that is powerful. You see what I'm saying? It's not the situation. It is the being. You see what I mean? So everything happens for a reason. Really. That's why you will find the monkey self make it richly. Yet the one with the most power did not. Not that it did not, but chose not to. Because from that level, you can only choose it. Like Still Swan said to the people recently, that if you don't achieve something, just check your heart, because it's not what your heart desires. Because in reality, the projection is coming from the heart. If you cannot feel it enough in your heart like you really want it, you will never achieve it. Not that it cannot be done, you just don't want it. That's the point. You see what I mean? And this is why the truth is the European souls are the youngest among us. Yet they have the most wisdom among us at the moment. This is why we know that it's the father and the mother that they seek to destroy, that's away with the parents. They want to kill the mothers and fathers of humanity, right? But at the end of the day, to want them back. You see what I mean? When they recognize that without mother and father, with all this power and freedom, what are we going to do with ourselves? We can't handle it. You see what I mean? So now we do want to say, okay, the mothers and fathers or blacks or whatever you call them are the mothers and fathers of humanity. They need to lead the way. But they are the ones kept in the lower self the most. Why? Like the books say, because if you cannot satisfy the hunger of the ego, it cannot evolve. So they already knew where to keep you stagnant in poverty, even if you think you have money. You see what I'm saying? So that's the thing. It's a sauce where everything is mixed or something like this, and then it takes true uniqueness and true center self to get it. You see what I mean? That's the thing. So, like we say, look, the CIA would disguise itself in a man disguised as a woman, or rich disguised as a poor. This and that, blah, blah, blah. That's what we do as well. You have to be able to do the same because it is wisdom. Because you have to become that in order to gain the power of that. You see what I mean? So that's why you will find the police officer disguise himself or herself as a poor person, or the police officer disguise herself as a prostitute. But she don't even want to do that because she don't disrespect herself that way. But she has to do that because there's a power in that. The power to be able to infiltrate the strip club, to infiltrate the whole house, or to infiltrate certain things. Because you have to become small to infiltrate things. That's why the cell level, goes through the body and stuff like this with ease. And the smaller version of that can penetrate the cell. You see what I'm saying? That's just the way it is. That's why you call the cells of the terrorists or whatever so-called cells, because they are small to the point we can't even see it with the naked eye. The language itself explains things to us. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. We have to understand, and this is why the video that we are about to play on Savon sharing his wisdom is going to help us see things beyond the matrix. Allow us to use the heart to understand things, because it is the bigger brain. You see what I mean? And you will see, like, not what you're looking at is not, because you're only looking at it based on what you are told to see, not what the universe is. The universe has no such thing as poverty, no such thing as scarcity. The universe is abundance. The universe is wealthy, or is wealth, not wealth. It is wealth itself. It is abundance itself. It doesn't achieve it. You see what I'm saying? That's the thing. If we are the microcosmic version of the macro, then as it is, so it is. You see what I'm saying? So we have to understand things to that degree. And this is why nothing will move until then. Regardless of how many books we read, regardless of how many data we have in our brain. But it's all going to just make noise. Giving power to the ego to know how to manipulate spirit. You see what I'm saying? Because knowledge works against us when it comes from the outside. YouTube, someone else, books, whatever. Then ego is the one that gets it, because spirit is no need of that. You see what I mean? Ego now gets the knowledge and then use it against spirit. That's why we are our greatest enemy at the end of the day. You see what I mean? But when it comes from within, then it's spirit that releases it within the ego self. So the ego self now is not in control of that knowledge, because it comes with the understanding, which is wisdom. So now ego has no choice but to follow. You see what I mean? But we do need to achieve the level of abundance that we need to. But not by working harder, taking 4, 5, 6, 10 jobs. No. Not by selling ourselves more and more. Because right now the best job now is to speak. That's the highest job. This is why you see even the corporate world is doing the same. Isn't it the telemarketer the one who can sell a product? Not by going around selling it. There's already another level of the team to do that. But just by making you want it with his words. And those who do the least, but get all the travels, all the money, all the goods, and all the women, just because they know how to manipulate the world with their words. So it's the same for us. And this is why when the monkey self is saying, oh, speaking, talk, they don't know what they're saying. Because, yes, ego is right. Talk. But what is talk? And who is speaking? You see what I'm saying? It's not just black and white, talk or not. No. Who is? Because talk has a purpose. This is talk. It's talk that brings everything else. You see what I'm saying? It's who is speaking. That is what's important. It's not taming the mouth. Listen first. Don't tame, because you might tame spirit, or you might tame the ancestors. You know, because the ancestors cannot do anything unless they use us as a vessel. But if ego is too big, who do you think is going to get to use ego as a vessel? TV or the other manipulators, because you cannot serve two masters. If you allow TV to come through, or the manipulators of the matrix to come through, then there's no room for spirit, because all the ancestors that are spirit. Because the minute that you give the vessel to something else, then spirit, light and darkness don't exist in the same vessel. You see what I mean? So that's the thing. We need to understand these things. So that's why I think the ancestors think whoever brought the idea about, and I think the Sister Daisy, and I also think the author of this book as well. Because at least now, with new understanding and pioneering thoughts, we can analyze how, not what, because what he says is fact in the books, like we said. But what are we doing? Are we trying to push the matrix that we are crying about, that we hate, or are we trying to create a new one? Because when we speak, most people will come, oh, that's our land, give us our land, whatever. No. The land belongs to everyone. Whoever Mother Earth gives birth to, every human being, every animal, every plant, every insect has rights over the land. So our job is not, oh, my land. No, it's everyone's land. What you want is the right to live according to your purpose on that land, with your freedom. And what is freedom? It is healthy when it does not infringe upon someone else's right to do the same. You see what I'm saying? Just like someone who has, okay, we may have big speakers, our monies give us the money, but the right of the neighbor is to live in peace and be able to sleep properly. So we have to know to what degree we're going to use that to make a simple example of freedom. How it can be healthy and dangerous, because it's a tool. What's important is the being, like we said. So if we're still seeing poverty or some are poor, we can't listen to this because they cannot bring us money. They can't bring you the money that is fake, but they can bring you the universal money, which is you. They can bring yourself to you. That part that is missing that you have to work for to get it. Because the true matrix, like the scriptures say, is you reach for what you want. Because nature provides. You see what I mean? That's just the way it is. But what are we doing? That's what I'm saying. Like, I will enjoy this matrix as much as I want. Because obviously I'm smart. Obviously I'm intelligent. Obviously I can achieve whatever the hell I want. But why do I choose not to? Because there's greater things to achieve. You see what I mean? To think beyond yourself. Because all is self. Like sometimes when we say, okay, you have to remember yourself at times. But if I'm worried about my child, I'm worried about my wife, I'm worried about this, they are me. If I care for them, I'm working for me. If I'm working for the neighbor, I'm working for me. If I'm educating the neighbor, I'm working for me. Because if I do not educate the neighbor, then that neighbor is going to become a problem in my path. All is self. Like Seven will say, is the highest maxim. And it's true. You see what I mean? This is, unless you can bring things to a unified field, like Seven always push to, or something like this, then you will not be able to speak in this time. And you should not even speak. Because this is only there. Once the mind is there, or the spirit achieve that, or the ego, self, whatever, then you are really in the position to speak. Because there is balance within you. You're not going against or left and right. Oh, I'm with this, and then find out that you're wrong. Because in myself, I test that sometimes. When I listen to people on purpose, they tell me to do, I do it. I say, okay, whoever wrong. And then after that, I find out that it was a manipulation. Then I feel stupid. But not too stupid, because it was on purpose. Still trusting spirit knowing, okay, since you're testing the waters, then it's okay. But you know already. You see what I mean? And then allow ego to do its thing. And then ego feels stupid, not spirit. But ego is still okay because ego already had intention. You see what I mean? You have to reach this level in a way, to be really able to help. But if we can still see poverty, then therefore you're not able to speak on wealth. You should not. The only one that can speak on wealth is the one that recognize that they are the money. Because only if you are the money, then you can bring money to a new world. You see what I mean? But if you think you need someone else's creation, then you are still dependent upon someone else's power. And then therefore, who you think, okay, new world but same money. So what do you think now? Or same understanding of money. So who do you think is in control? The one who created the money, not you, because you're still dependent. But are we helping even the ones? Because the one that is a child that created the fake money anyway, though the money control the world, but is in need of saving himself, is in need of guidance. Because though he was a solution, but he wasn't a solution to create abundance based on the universal laws. So how can you use something that is so minimal and so toxic and compare it to universal law? So you think the universal law is gonna bow to the creation of the Racha? I mean, based on what the book is saying. You see what I mean? Meaning it's not what the book says that is wrong, because basically what the book says is fact, like we say. But to the new world, this is not what we need. You see what I mean? Yes, we need the abundance. Yes, we need to follow the universal law. Yes, we need this, we need that. But according to the new world. You see? But yes, the fake matrix use the same universal laws, because like we say, lies don't exist. Is the truth distorted? You see what I mean? But only the real truth has the proper, substance or the proper potential to create something new. Not that which lacks, which is the money. Unless you become the money. Then by being in alignment with the universal law. You see what I mean? And this is why I say I follow those that are on the crypto world. I don't need to keep following it. I don't need to keep doing certain things. Why? Because I'm living my purpose, which is guiding this intention. You see what I'm saying? So now, as I'm complementing to and adding to what they are doing, they too need to add to what I'm doing, today or tomorrow. Because I am their servants today, so they will be mine tomorrow. That's just the way it works. You see what I'm saying? We complement each other. That's the way it works. You see what I mean? So the thing is, like, basically, in the new world, we cannot move there if we can still see. I'm talking to the one that speak on money now. You cannot be speaking for the new world. You will, but not without someone like myself, Savan, and those that are in uniqueness or in unison with the universe to understand what you're saying and see the flows. Not that you're wrong, but what needs to be added, what needs to be understood to add the potential to the words, order, or something like that. You see what I mean? Because really, it's not changing the name of God if the mind still thinks God is outside of the self. It is knowing that it is within you. It's the same with the money. It's not changing fiat to crypto, or crypto is fiat anyway, same at the end of the day. But what needs to change is the perspective. So your perspective has not changed if you can still see poverty. So if your perspective did not change, then you are not able to assist in the new world. You see? So we cannot be the know-it-all in reality. You see what I mean? The thing is that we can only offer what we are. You see what I'm saying? If we seek to help. But when we go outside of that, then someone else needs to add to it. And that goes even for me. And I should not be mad unless I don't know what I'm doing. Because at the end of the day, I want paradise, regardless if I have to feel bad today. That's why we go to the gym and work out and feel bad, because when we look in the mirror, we love what we see. Same thing. You see what I'm saying? Because the way of the world is paradise. But we are offered the real one and the fake one. And I already explained what the real one is compared to the fake. Because the fake will give you like the money, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, you have to work to maintain it. Because getting it is not the hard part. Like we say, just be dumb enough. Come as a child. Then you will achieve everything. Be dumb enough. That's all it takes. Be stupid enough, then you achieve it. Meaning you come as a child, then you do as you told, then you achieve what those who achieved before. Simple. You see what I mean? But to go beyond that now is something else. You see? Though the same things may apply, but to a different degree. You see? So that's what it is. The thing is basically, we say, okay, to live, we already mentioned that, like the book said, to live for food, clothes. Yeah, like he said, to succeed or to do certain things. Because like I said, it's not wrong. Like, we do need, like the brother whom I recognize is very wise too, is, what's his name? Emmett, Bobby Emmett. He said, I had to sacrifice my own wealth, my own power to achieve money, to live for the spirit, right? So when he said he had to do that, to the point where his aunt came to his house, and in front of his mother, his aunt said, you look like you are, what did he say, prosperous. But he said that it's because she was reading his aura, not his bank account. Because you attract what you are. Meaning, once you are abundant within yourself, abundance surrounds you. Now it's a matter of sacrificing it, spending it properly. Not on yourself, but where it needs to go. Because you are the abundance. Once you achieve it in yourself, then you become it. You see what I mean? People may not see it because who are they anyway to see anything? Can they see? No. They only see what they are told to see. You see. You see what I mean? Because in yourself, you know. Because your knowing does not depend on you, on others' ability to see. You see what I'm saying? So the thing basically is what? Is the book would say, okay, go for the truth, all truth, like we said, lies and illusion. It is true. You living to live for success and evolve is to be able to eat and buy. But the scripture says what? Man does not live of bread alone. Meaning at times you have to go hungry. Whether you have to go hungry, sacrifice the food in abundance around you for the betterment of your health. There we go. You have to, not that you don't have it, but you can't eat because you're trying to detoxify or lose weight for whatever reason. You see what I mean? So that the scripture says that even to that degree it applies. You do not live off bread alone. Sometimes you have to go against bread or without bread for something greater, something spiritual. Because if anything needs to be sacrificed, it's neither spirit nor soul. It's the body. Because when you do that, then you sacrifice what? The game. You sacrifice what? That which is an illusion. So at the end of the day, when you sacrifice illusion, what have you sacrificed in reality? Nothing. You see what I mean? So the thing basically is what? Christ said, love, man does not live off bread alone. That's one thing that the book is against. Meaning, he may be right, but not when you are trying to become God or trying to become the child of God or the true abundance that paradise is. You see what I mean? And then, okay, he goes against living for, and then Christ says, do not worry about what you eat and where. So if I have to listen to Christ in the book and this brother in that book, I will listen to both, but to the degree I will listen to the Christ more. Meaning I will listen to the book. That's why I come here and say this. That's why I'm writing books and movies to sell. That's why I'm doing certain things, because I'm listening to what it's saying. But at times, I sacrifice what it's saying to listen to the scripture. You see what I'm saying? Having to put down the pen, put down my machine, put down my computer, put down this, put down that, in order to sacrifice one for the other. Because if anything needs to be sacrificed, it's going to be the game. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. That's why we speak on the level of a whole. We're not rejecting anything. We accept everything. That's why I need the sister to understand. I'm not going against the brothers speaking, but what service are we doing if we don't take it beyond the matrix? Because trust me, no one needs to come, and spirit will not send, or the universe will not send any one of us with the intention to change anything unless someone asks for a change. But when change comes, why do we stand against it? First, if you feel like nothing is wrong with the world, then worship Watcher. Worship those that are there. Do what Trump says. Do this, do that, and shut the fuck up. Forgive my French. You see what I'm saying? That I'm saying it to myself, and because that's what I said to myself. If you think it's okay, then shut up and do as you told. Let it be. So, but you cannot do both. Like, fuck this matrix, fuck the political people, fuck this, fuck that, fuck the wars, fuck. And then at the end of the day, the same mouth is like, I want it, I want it, I want it. One way or another. You can either want it or not. You see what I mean? We can't lie to ourselves because the universe gotta know what to do at the end of the day. Not what to do, but what you want to do. You see what I'm saying? So this is why we take it further, because we are not trying to add power to this matrix as it already has. You see what I mean? What we need is to add power to the beings to serve the earth properly. You see what I mean? Because right now, the end of this matrix, like we say, he has an end because he had a beginning. But if we go to the beginning, where abundance existed, then there's no end to that. Because that's what existed prior to the fake. You see what I mean? So we just want to serve the greater thing. And the greater thing is what, as the children who created this matrix recognize, is to become better, to evolve. So now, as we are waking up, if we think it's by following those that are evolving to become what they are evolving from, then we're in trouble. Because really, they are not the problem at the end of the day. It's the one that are awakening that becomes the problem. And this is why they already prepared the police state, they already prepared this, they already prepared that, because they are not the problem. Because all they were doing is trying to create solution where there was none for themselves. You see what I'm saying? But now that things gotta graduate to more than themselves, then there's no choice but to evolve, otherwise watch yourself being eradicated. And who can go against mother at the end of the day, except you stupid. You see what I mean? So now when you awaken, if you think to be awakened is to go after their creation and not see that they are evolving, because I share Muji all the time. Who do you think he goes to Muji, listen to Muji? The Europeans from around the world. They have money. That's why they can travel so far all the time. But they are going beyond the money that they created for themselves, because they see that life is not only about that. Men does not live over bread alone. As you over here going around seeking the dollar, they are sacrificing the dollar to go seek wisdom and understanding of the life that they are living. Because if they don't do that, they're going to continue to be a cancer cell to the world. So awakening, the ones that are awakened are the problem. They are the problem. Oh, I'm woke. Yes. Now, when you are asleep, you are no problem to no one. Who can create a problem for no one when you're sleeping? You can only become a problem if you're awake, because now you're in movement. You can do things, touch things, destroy things, consume things. You see what I'm saying? So you are now the problem. Now that you are awakened, that's why they said the beast is awakened. Because the program you have in your subconscious mind as an awakened being is what you have to go against. Because the ego is not going to go against that. Because the ego is only there to survive. Not to go beyond. You see what I mean? So sacrifice is required. But it will be easier if you listen to the voice of reason. You see what I mean? That's all. It will be easier. Because as you can see, Sevan himself, in his higher self, already is moving forward, creating wealth, ways to, sustain the awakened. The one that recognizes the formula. Unlearn to relearn. You have to give up what you know, what is in your subconscious. What you see as your understanding of what poverty is. Your understanding of what the sexual energies are. Understanding what you're looking at when you see a gay man. Understanding what you're looking at when you see a transgender person. Understanding what you're looking at when you see the rich man. Understanding what you're looking at when you see anything. Not according to what you have in your subconscious, like the program. What also exists in your subconscious, but taking the back seat. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. We have to understand that. My job is to make sure that you don't stop the evolution, being awakened. Seven's job, Sister Dace, is everyone that you see speaking. It's because we are made to speak. Because most of the time we don't want to, but that's what our life's called to. That's why when I'm typing, writing books, this and that, though I know what I'm going to achieve, something to show off to you, like look at my car, I sold because I'm writing this thing. If let me not say, because I'm ready to sacrifice even my own people to this degree. If I can sacrifice myself, imagine. Because when I give something and they think they know better, then forget you. Because I already called, basically I'm writing this. There's a big reason why I choose to write on the transgender thing. Because I don't want the ego to go around going against transgender, going against gay, going against that, thinking they're doing something. Because among everyone, there's something beyond their sexual choices. Everyone can be used for the new world. It is not what they do, it's why they do what they do. It is not if they have weakness or strength. It is, do they recognize the weakness for what it is, or do they try to pretend it is strength when it is weakness? Because we don't care what you do, really. We just care that you keep it real. Because we know when you are trying to heal something toxic, you can't help but getting dirty. So we don't care what you do. You see, Hollywood does not care what you do. Like you see, the best advice they can give you is not why you are in the media, is be in the media. Because bad publicity is publicity at the end of the day. That's embracing the good and the bad, the dark and the light. Because once you choose to go with one without the other, then it's like saying, I'm a man, I don't need the women, all over again. I don't need the womb. But if you kill the women, then the men get old, then who's going to bring new men? And same thing goes for the one saying, kill all transgenders, kill all the gays, kill all the women, kill this, kill that. You see what I'm saying? That's not what it is. The universe gives no fuck about none of that. If you stand for truth, regardless of your mistakes, or whatever you call them, it's up to you, because you came here to learn. And the mistakes are nothing but lessons. You become toxic when you take your lesson and act big about it. No, let it be what it is, and let the lesson be for everyone. Because in whatever you do is a lesson for everyone. But when you masquerade it, turning it for what it is not, then you become a problem. Not what you do. You see what I mean? So that's what it is. So the thing is basically, is to know properly, understand there's no such thing. When I want you to go out there and when you look at a poor man and not see him from what he has, but see him for who or who she is, for who he or she is. A mother, a father, so one who is capable of bringing life, one who is capable of all things. See it for something different. Because you cannot go beyond. That's why you will not find happiness. You will not find your will soulmate. Like I was watching a show the other day. What is the name again? Where the Friends, the Silicon Valley of Friends, created this app or this system, synthetic system, to help you find your soulmate or something, the one for your love or something like that. Going synthetic to achieve something universal. You see what I mean? So that is the children going amok with the power. You see what I'm saying? Thinking that they can really have the universal power in the machine or something like that. You see? So the thing is like basically is, but to find out, though they cannot really tell you the whole truth by showing you they will fail. Though they show you they fell somehow, but you have to really be seeing to see the failure. Because once you are looking at the people that came together and decide to stay together, then you're going to think, okay, then the machine worked. Yeah, it worked. Meaning it's sold. That's to the level that it worked. But no machine can bring whatever universal can be. You see what I mean? So that's just the way we have to see things. You see? The thing is like basically is when we just say we cannot, when we look upon the man, we cannot see him for who he or she is, except that we're going to have to need to weigh the God, which is the money, to judge the person, meaning judging God based on what man created, meaning man is above God. You see, or the higher self is subservient to the ego or to the lower self. This is basically what we are saying, but we don't know that. You see what I mean? So now, if you cannot achieve the lower self desires, then you are not the higher self. You see what I mean? Stuff now. Because this is there's a thin line where we are. Easily missed. You see, if we are not careful, we will continue the same goal. You see what I mean? Because the truth and the lie are one and the same. It takes a certain people or certain beings, certain level of intelligence to see the thin line. Like vision 2020. Some people can see some things, others cannot. Because the visions are not 2020, basically. And this is the eye of the heart we are speaking of. You see, I mean, same goes with the two eyes. You see what I mean? So that's what it is. So let us listen to what Brother Savan gotta say to bring an understanding, further understanding on what we mean. Because he explains it best, so that's why we don't need to say it. You see what I mean? Because obviously he is equipped with the understanding of wealth enough to bring us, wealth. Except that we have to speak more on what we really want, what true wealth is, and so that we can, because we will achieve what we are asking for. If he was tempted with the lie, then we're gonna recreate the same, because we are the creators. You see what I mean? We have to make sure we know what we really want. You see what I'm saying? And what everything is before you can even want something, first know what it is. You see what I mean? That's basically what we are saying. So let us bring Sevan over so that we can share his thing or something.
It's just a whole different concept that we're portraying, and it's completely false, and that's what causes us in the afterlife to not have riches. Because what about riches in the afterlife? Like, forget just money on the planet. They know, like the movie Gods of Egypt or whatever, they at least showed you that dynamic of in the afterlife, you could be poor in the afterlife. And, or you could gain wealth in the afterlife by doing things that really equal value here, and it builds up in the afterlife. There are things happening in this world right now that are pretty intense based on what everybody else thinks is going on in the world. Okay, these people are the way other people live and the lifestyles they're subjected to are so different than the ones that we live every single day. Our complaints are nothing compared to what these people are experiencing. But it's just because we're out of touch with reality that we go on and continue to not realize that helping these people is the biggest key to causing chain reactions on the entire planet. And the truth is, like, you know, when you want to go help different organizations, different kind of people, especially in the US, then you need to be licensed to work with kids, you need a license, and all these different stumbling blocks they put in your way, and you're even just trying to help other people, right? But here's the truth. When you use your knowledge and intelligence and mobilize something that is really going to change things, you will not only find the support there from other people, financial support, physical support, skill support, you not only find all that support, you will also find that when you move in on those situations, you're like, you've taken now the role of being the real angels. Not this bullshit angel from a book, but an angel where you amassed your resources, you got the people in line because you just knew your own intelligence, and I'm saying this really fast, you just knew your own intelligence and what you were capable of doing. You amassed the people to the cause, they gave you the finances to get the cause done, and you gave the finances or gave the process of being able to get something done for people that are really suffering, women that are really suffering, and people that are really experiencing trauma, and you have that entire pipeline and that process, and everybody knows you did it. That's the key to all of this, because you have then done something that so many people are laying on their asses and laying into their thoughts and complaining and all this stuff that they could have done a long time ago. Even most of them don't even think about this stuff. They're so busy thinking about themselves. But it's just like really showing that you can change things. With money, no one's going to say, oh, you can't give us money, or we don't need help. People need that. So what I'm saying is the game is really, the playing field is being leveled, because at least there is something like that, money, where you can go and actually change people's lives from being enslaved or being abused or all these different kind of things, because, you know, people have already set out to do this, but they need help. They need the help of the rest of the world. It's not one person's responsibility to be fixing everybody's problems, but it may be a few people's responsibility to actually intelligently start making people aware of the solutions. And that's what it's all about. It's like, there's a way that you exist rich beyond this. And there's a way that you exist in poverty beyond this. And that's why rich people, they need to be the most concerned. Because when they leave here, that extreme imbalance is going to balance it out on the other side. So don't be surprised if when we get to the other side, you see the richest people that always kept those resources and were sneaking it all out and never helped anybody, as being the beggars and the people on the street. And that's also time to end that cycle, right? Because then you come in on another cause, and now you're helping the beggars and the people on the street, and those are the same people that were in the last slides living as the royalty. You see what I mean? So this is kind of probably why you have these people living in this kind of situation that you're probably seeing right now, is that all these women were actually a part of the ruling dynasty. It's not like you're going to see all of those women there. You're going to see their great-great-great-grandmother sitting in the royal house, doing all the bouginess, treating everybody bad. Now, here's 5 generations later, her daughter's daughter is a slave. This is what we're not seeing. This is why there's a huge disconnect in how people act and what they're doing. They don't understand. When you get on the other side, because all this is yin yang, but it's a bigger one. We're experiencing it in our personal lives, yin yang, but it's because the big cycle runs like that. So the big cycle plans to shift everybody from the lives they live now to the opposite life when they get to the other side, unless you get balanced. And balance are those little islands, just on the yin yang symbol, those little islands that are in those poles that equal the balance in those poles. So if we don't balance out, meaning balance out all this energy and balance out what's going on in our own existence personally, then we'll just live an opposite existence in next life. And it's just so important for us right now to realize the power that we have, but the power that they want to take away from us, which is having this in magical emoji land and not being really seeing how much power and ability that we have is going to cost us, because it doesn't put us in a position to invest in our future, because you can't always think about doing some things after it should have been done. It has to come from your heart. And that's the end. Like, the reality is here, there's a lot of people saying they're coming from their heart, but they're lying to themselves. And it's time to stop lying. It's time to actually do something. It's time to actually make people do something. You see, that part is what you need. Then there's another part that you need. But you need to have a purpose. And if people don't move with purpose, it's like the way energy works. It works because it has a purpose, or it sits idle. Like, see these things plugged into this wall. If there's nothing else plugged into that to take power, it's just there with no purpose. It has 25,000 volts coming off that socket right there. But if there's nothing plugged in, it has, because there's no purpose for it to do anything, and that's what it's like for most people. They have all this power, but they don't have no purpose. Like they say, how amazing is the human being? You could stretch out the intestine, stretch out the DNA across the entire world 3 times. That's enough to finish the cycle. What they're literally saying is, you have enough in you to change the entire world. And it's just about, are you moving with purpose? And that's why you have to look at some of this stuff, realize that you're their angel. We need to be the person that she is asking for. She said, man, I wish somebody would. And it's not just one person's responsibility. All humanity needs to move on her behalf and be like, because it's a hostel, it's a bunch of girls there. And it's like somebody's already trying to do it, but ladies, like, all I see is gates and fences. People can break that down just with money. You see what I mean? It doesn't even take, like, there's people already doing it in there. They just need help. And that's what we need to realize. Like, it's not always for us to do every single thing and every single part of it. But whenever we do it really well. Because, like I said, we're living like the kings and queens. Everybody in the Western world, even people in the projects, are living on almost king and queen level compared to these people. And people around the world, they're still slaves. You know what I mean? So that's what it is. It's about realizing that we have this power. And what you're doing, and last but not least, to make it very simple, because I like to simplify things down. They have a place called Mount Maru where the whole goal was to climb to the top. They said that was also your body. We're just climbing up this mountain. And on the top is your own ship. It's your higher self. Every path that a person takes to get up to their mountain top is their own. Not everybody travels down the same path, but they all have the same goal. And on the top is that ship, and it's your oversoul. You need to get inside of that thing, download all the rest of what you need, and come back down. That's what we're here for. Come back down there. Because not going to fly off. There's nowhere to go. Come back down the mountain with all that power and save these. That's what you have to realize. That's your purpose. You are God. And that's the truth to this. For everybody that's here, especially people on the level that we're on with this type of influence, that test has come. It has come. Because every single thing our ancestors gave us, they wanted to see what we want to do. They can see us right now. We feel so isolated and alone, but this is all about us growing up and getting to the position of power that is who we truly are.
Like, do I even need to say anymore? Really? So the thing is, basically, as you hear, you need to have a purpose or something like that. So that's the thing. And as you can see, the brother said that you may be on some level, you may be rich beyond this, and on other levels you may be poor beyond this. And do not be surprised, like, if you go to the other side when you die, because life has an end. Energy doesn't get destroyed. Energy is only transferred from one dimension to the next. So the thing is, like, if you die or something and then you go into the spirit world now or something like this, then you may see certain people you used to worship and see them as the poorest ones. And when you really, that's why, though we may, disguise ourselves as rich in this life, that's why those eyes can be manipulated, right? But the spirit have the same taste he has when you on the street and you see or smell someone poor next to the point you want to get away. Because Till Swan herself mentioned that the other day, last week or last 2 weeks, she went to something she was invited to in Hollywood, red carpet or whatever. But when she couldn't wait to go away from these people. Why? Because she was not seeing with the eye, manipulated eyes. She was seeing with her heart. And then she has the same feeling anyone would have when you are dealing with a poor person. What's going on there is because you're not fooling yourself in that moment. Because the eyes see beauty, the eyes see Versace clothing, the eyes see limousines and whatever, but spirit is not what's the word? Is not convinced, or is not whatever. You see what I mean? So that's just the way it is. The body may feel like ego may worship. Oh, look, let me take a picture. But spirit itself is like, because spirit is seeing it for what it is. You see what I'm saying? Because what riches to you is not riches to spirit. Because spirit does not seek richness. Spirit is richness. You see what I mean? So spirit goal is not come and be rich. You see what I'm saying? Though if ego wants that, just like a child, when you have children, they want to spend a bunch of money on plastic dolls. As the parents now in this equation is spirit, we know we are wasting money, but for the love of the children, what do? We allow them to have it. It's the same thing between spirit and ego. Yeah, since that's what you want and things like this, we allow you to have it, but this is not spiritual goal. You see what I'm saying? Like we work not against it, we let it be a child. We give it certain treats or sweets or something. You see what I mean? Make it happy. But it doesn't become the spiritual goal. You see what I'm saying? That's the thing we have to understand. So the brother said it, it's just, you see, like in this life, don't be surprised. Like, okay, you may reach certain degrees and then after, because things gotta balance out, like the yin and the yang, the yin and the yang. If you were rich here, what is the purpose of you in existence as a spirit anyway? Is to experience the good and the bad, not just one of it. If poverty exists, you have to experience it. If richness exists, you have to experience it. So if you came here and make richness your life, then you're saving the poverty for later. You see what I mean? Because spirit needs to experience both. Because spirit is not caring about people judging and caring about that as being real or not. You see what I mean? Spirit seeks experience, period. So that soul can grow. You see what I mean? That's all it is. That's how spirit can grow. Or something like that. You see what I mean? So you did this one, then later on you're saving it for the next. Because it's a sacrifice you make it. Like you sacrifice richness for poverty, as you will gain poverty for riches. You see what I'm saying? Because if it exists, it has to become part of your experience. Physical may not want it, but spirit wants it. You see what I mean? Because spirit wants to grow. Because you do not know nothing unless you experience it. So at the end of the day, if it's an experience, it's an experience. Because who are you except that you are abundance at the end of the day? Spirit knows. You see what I mean? And this is why, like I was saying, I do these tests for on purpose, because a lot of the people who was to be selling products are selling spirituality, because that's the trending thing. And that's why we're saying being awakened is the danger now. Because you were not a problem when you were asleep, but now that you awaken, now people need to watch out for you, right? So we now have the problem. Because once the beast is asleep, who's worried? The only worry we have is when the beast is awakened. That me and you concluded. You see what I'm saying? So now the beast is awakened. Now everybody runs. You go, run for your life. Because the ego is the beast. Yours and mine. You see what I'm saying? So that you awaken, now you're a problem. So we're happy when you say you awaken because we didn't want to believe you were asleep and then go thinking it's all good. So, but we know, some of us, that this is not a solution, that you awaken. Yes, before you can become whatever, you have to first awaken to the reality. But once you awaken, if you don't recognize your weakness, then you are in danger. The weakness is to unlearn, learn, and relearn. You see what I'm saying? That's the formula. But everybody's already teaching. You see what I'm saying? Everybody's already, because it's a trend, because okay, that sells now. You see the danger? And this is why when even Brother Sevan was mentioned about, even those that are awakened or that are doing the spiritual thing, we need to survive. We need to, make it for money. Yes, that's the ugly truth. But we have to still sacrifice that as well. Why? If we do not, even not in our action, but at least in our words. You see what I'm saying? At least. Because we can say why. Because action is nothing without the intention. But the words build the will. You see what I'm saying? That's why I say some people may be like, hey, okay, if you say something, nah. If it exists, it can be used for a higher cause. Is why are you doing that? You see what I'm saying? So the thing is, like, at least in your words, at least. Your action, okay, blah, 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 because you're not teaching for yourself. You're teaching to awaken the masses. So, of course, you have to turn it to something. But we say it in our words to not give pass to those that want to use that as another hustle. Why do we do that? Not because we want them to be hungry. No. Because there's enough things for you to do for money. Instead of coming to this for money. You see what I mean? As you can see, Sevan did not sell his knowledge. The book he wrote free. The lectures on YouTube, hundreds of them, free. But he did do other things to get his money. Investment, this, that, creating whatever he creates. You see what I mean? That's what I'm saying. We can, if he didn't do it for himself because he recognized the danger, then we have to make sure with our words we don't allow others to do it. You see what I'm saying? Because otherwise they're going to feel free to do so. But we have to be the adults or the parents to make sure we tame the ego from becoming a problem. You see what I mean? Because it is a problem when we are selling spirituality. But the ego who works should know where to invest in the teachers or those that are spending their time without asking. This is why there's no need for the spiritual leader to ask. Because when you ask, you make it easy on the ego to give. But when they give, it's not good for the spiritual leader more than it is good for the one who given. Because the spiritual leader is doing what it's supposed to. But the ego is taking money and spending it into the metrics that they are crying against, instead of investing it into the spiritual leader. But the spiritual leader himself needs to continue to give the message. You see what I mean? This is why I say word of mercy sometimes. Because it is mercy. Because we really do not give a fuck on the dollar. Because trust me, you are stupid anyway. Meaning the ego. Mine and yours. We can sell you like everybody else does. The ego. Yours and mine. But we stand for something greater. You see what I'm saying? Because we say greater because not everyone needs this. Whether you're already rich or poor. Everyone. Whether you're Rothschild or the poorest man on the land. You all need to evolve at the end of the day. Otherwise, like Hollywood shows, all the movies show one end, except Tomorrowland. You see, that's why I even need to watch Tomorrowland again and see if I need to talk about Tomorrowland in a way so that we can take the lessons properly. You see what I mean? To see why they made it to a better world and what did they mean by the better world. Because that's the only movie that shows a paradise at the end, right? So we want to know if it's the real thing or something. But all the movies keep it real. Even Tomorrowland tell you, oh, if you take the same mindset of the same monkeys or same people in the old world and bring them to this world, what do you think they're gonna do? Turn this paradise into what they have done to the earth. Facts. That's why, because they awaken. It's just like the caterpillar in the garden. It's gonna eat all the leaves if it's nothing, or evolve to the butterfly. You see what I'm saying? So as the bestials awaken, now the danger is prominent. This is why you see the Matrix already take on solution, because they have to bring solution. Because to be the God you have to be in control of the problem and the solution. So they created the monster, so now they have to present the solution. It can be the police state, it can be the female camps, it can be whatever. Solutions. Should we be mad at them? No, because that's their monster. Let them deal with it. But our job is to see the God in the monster and then guide that monster to its higher self. But it takes the monster to accept that God in themselves. So since, it's up to the monster, first they have to become a baby monster, because everybody can play with a baby rhinoceros, right? Or baby pit bull or whatever. It's all cute at that age. A baby. That's why the Bible says come as a child. Because in that way you can be dealt with. You see what I'm saying? But if it doesn't come as that little baby monster that you can play with without being harmed, because no teeth is in existence yet, then all there is to do is to send the comets, send the asteroids, destroy the dinosaurs. You see what I'm saying? And this is why we can only accept everything. We don't stand against the female camps, we don't stand against the police, we don't stand against anyone. Because we see the solution if need be. You see what I mean? Because they are not a problem if the beast is not. You see what I'm saying? We are the problem, the beast. You see? But within the beast is the potential of God. But it takes the beast to want to graduate or to evolve to that God. So it's up to the beast. So if we're going to be depending on the decision of the beast, then we have to have plan B. Because we can only know ourselves. You see what I'm saying? So this is the way it works. So that's why everyone, just blah, 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 blah. Okay, I hear you. But I'm not seeing it how you see it. You see what I'm saying? I'm not seeing it. Because you see problem with the solution. Yet you think I'm the one who's seeing problem as the solution. And that's smart. Because you think you're seeing, but you're not. You see what I'm saying? So that's why, we have to speak when we on certain things. And if I didn't come and speak on this today, do you think that move we made today would be made? No. Because if it takes that piece of the puzzle to complete the puzzle, how the hell are you going to think the puzzle is complete without it? You see what I'm saying? But the thing is, like I say, it is up to the mothers of civilization and fathers of civilization to guide the way. But they were the beast that was put to sleep. And as it was asleep, it was being reprogrammed to be that beast. From a god to a beast, back to as it was in the beginning. But it's going to take a decision from them. But if we think we know and our egos are too loud still, then there's no graduating. Because the more we give voice to the beast, the stronger the beast get. That's why there's a story in the Native American folklore that goes like, there's sea life has two monsters or two wolves or something, a black wolf and a white wolf. Whichever one you feed the most is what gets stronger. If you feed your ego the most in your action, you're saying, you're doing, whatever, then that's what gets stronger. And this is why we cannot be masters, or we cannot help into the new world, and therefore you need to be tamed if your ego is what is being fed all the time. If you cannot feel like, okay, I went against myself today, regardless of how it feels, and find a way to allow your spirit to make you accept it within yourself, then you are not ready. You need to be tamed like everyone else. You are more of a danger than a sleeping beast, because you are an awakened beast. You see what I mean? So that's why we do not seek anything except that to test and see who really can help us, can help Mother Earth. You see? Because the thing is, like, really, once you accept the oneness of things, there's nothing else. Now you just gotta sit and wait for the others, so you can move forward. That's all. You see, because once you accept everything, what else there is there? Except to wait for the ones who think they're there to get there. But once they're there, you're gonna see time shift. Why? Because there's not gonna be like, oh, in the future we're gonna have. No, the future will be now, because it's a realization. You see what I mean? It's not gonna take no time, because it's a click. It's like, oh, that's it. And once you say it's it, then there it is. Just like a slave who seek power and money, power, respect. You see what I'm saying? Then what happens? That slave graduate now to recognize, okay, they have no power with money, then they're back going within themselves to seek true power. And it's because someone point them back, a book or guru or whatever, then they went and found out they are the money. So now once they recognize they are the money, then that's it. It takes the recognition. That's it. What's the time in that? The only time is what you spent into that recognition. That's it. But it was there in existence surrounding you. It was you that was to come to it. And the same thing they say to those that are selling markets or something. It's the same formula. It goes for the higher as it goes for the below. You see what I mean? They will tell you, success, you have to first believe it. That's the law of attraction they sell it, no? Except that I worry when you are saying these things, thinking that it is with that same mindset you're coming from that is going to work for the new world. It worries me. Because you're only stopping growth without knowing it. Because in reality, there's no such thing as scarcity. There's no such thing. It's your mindset creating it. So the danger is your mind. Is how you're seeing it. It's not nothing else. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. So this is why when you read a book, though you are made to reject the scriptures, weigh it back to the scriptures, because there's no higher truth than the truth in the scriptures. You see? There's no higher truth. That's why you call everything else, every author is a book. But you call that a scripture, because it's deeper than a book. You see what I'm saying? So if we read from anyone, we have to make sure, like we said, it's not what he's saying that is wrong. Because how can you say something wrong when this is what people are living? That's why you have to keep it real. If that's how people live, that they have to do what the book say, do same thing myself I'm doing, then I'm saying it's not, then there's a contradiction. That's why we want to make sure you understand we are not going against the book. Except now we are not on that level anymore. So we have to have a proper perspective of what the book says. Because beyond that, sovereign beings don't worry about clothes and food and things like this, like the book even said. Do you really think a king, let's say you enslave a king, and the king knows he's a king and he holds a kingdom with queen and princesses and servants, and then he's gonna wanna thrive in someone else's kingdom as a slave? No. So that's the same thing. If in this matrix you are made to be servants and collateral damage or whatever, so as a sovereign being, you have to let that sit. Because this is not who you're trying to be no more. Someone who cannot feel power because of what they acquired of what Master created. Not saying that you may not use that money, but what's the intention and what's your understanding of that money, of that tool? Does it add to who you are, or is it simply a tool? You see what I'm saying? So we hear everyone, we can't go against them, yet we have to also recognize the danger in the words that they speak, because there's degrees in the words. There's a degree, the same words may be said, but they only appeal to one dimension. But someone else may come with connection with different dimensions and add to that and make it sit in all dimensions. Because if you do not do that, then you're going to take away from those who may depend on their understanding of money, yet spiritually on a higher level. So now they're going to find themselves giving into the ego too much, having to sacrifice spirit and stuff like this, thinking, okay, we're just listening to what the book say, but no one said nothing different. You see what I mean? So that's why once we are in that beast mode that we are, the best we can do is to not act like we know it all, but be free for real. When we say be free, meaning don't pretend. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to be corrected. You see what I'm saying? But obviously, I'm not speaking about the sister because she did not write the book, nor is the book wrong. But I'm just saying what needs to be said. You see what I'm saying? Because if we are wrong, I'm only saying that because I expected the sister to not agree, or the author to not agree to go against the book, or because they think that may be what it is. But we are not going against truth because what they say is fact. Because we need to do these things. Do we need to think about the thing before we can achieve it? Yes. Do we need to work towards it? Do we need to want it? Do we need to align ourselves to it? Yes. But whatever you align yourself with, whether it is the controlled abundance or the universal abundance, that's what you're going to achieve, because it's whatever your heart desires is what you get. But we don't need the controlled abundance anymore because it's existence. Now we're trying to go beyond the controlled one. We're trying to be sovereign beings. You see what I'm saying? So this is why people like Van, we must hear, listen, and ponder upon their words, because they are not coming from an ego level. They are speaking on beyond the ego self. You see what I'm saying? So, but nothing can happen with the beast awakened, because we have more problems than we had before with the beast awakened. Because the beast is gonna be hungry, the beast is gonna wanna eat. And this is why don't you see a lot of the awakened beings, what do they run after? The money, the women, the power, this, that. The same thing that they were saying that was bad among the 1% in the world. They just became that. Because that's what the beast can do. Eat. And this is why when you go against the words of someone like Van, my words and things like this, Not only you do not help me, you do not help the 1%, you do not help the 99%, you do not help yourself, you do not help Mother Earth, you do not help the universe, you do not help the ancestors, you help no one. That's what you call the cancer cells. And do you really think the ancestors care about you, even if you light candles? No, because where they are, they know the problem, and that's you. Where they are, they're not worried about guns and atomic bombs. They're not worried about that. They only worry about you, because you are the only problem they worry about. So that's why we have to understand, when we seek certain things, we sacrifice spirit. And who is spirit is nothing but the ancestors. All over again, we sacrifice them because they live through us. Do you think the rappers, when they say we sold our soul, who is sold with that? Whoever, whatever they represent on behalf of the ancestors that they look like. So that's why certain people, once they speak, because of where they are, you can never go against them and save yourself. You can only accept what they say. And by all means, if they are wrong, they will not be mad if you correct them. Savon is happy when he's corrected. I'm happy when I'm corrected. Everyone, you see, many people are happy when they are corrected. And it shows the level of understanding, the level of wisdom. Because you always say that with the wise one, when you correct them or her, she's happy for you have added unto him or her. But the fool gets mad. Because the fool will think that they're fooling the world by acting like they know, but they don't know in reality. But in reality, once the people are awakened, they will understand the fool, whether today or tomorrow. This is why we do save certain people too by speaking now instead of later. Because at least now, if they, let's say the sister, the European lady that I follow, who thought I was correcting her, and then she came out and said, we live and we learn, to a group. But then I corrected that. I said, no, you were not wrong. I'm not trying to say you were wrong. This is what I meant. You see? But she did the greater thing. Why? Because people are not expecting us as masters to be perfect. The perfect master is the one who recognizes the weakness in himself and admit it openly. If it is, indeed, of course. Because you will not help if it is a weakness. If it is not a weakness, yet you admit that it is. Though sometimes we may have, just for the sake of peace, we may just let you win. You see how it's not simple. You see what I'm saying? But a master helps in his own weakness. Sometimes even more in his weakness than he can help in his strength. Because if you are helping the ego, a child, to tame a child, they have to see you admit to your fault. You help the child more than you showing them you know. Because now you're pushing them to act like they know. Because all they can do is to act like mommy and daddy. Because mommy and daddy is their role model. You see what I'm saying? So as a role model, you have to turn your strength, your weakness into a power. Because you're not teaching the ego to be powerful. Understand that. You are teaching the ego to accept its weakness and turn it to a strength. You cannot do that if you keep on showing strength. You understand? So that's just the way it is. We have to know what we're dealing with. And this is why we touched on the terms of children, adults, and then we say who is children. Because when we are speaking, we're losing language to explain something that obviously no one understands. So majority cannot understand. So we can only try. You see what I'm saying? Because there's no words beyond the certain dimensions. We can only try. Like you see Brother Savon say, you go to that chip, the higher self, and then download as much as you can and come back down. Don't take it and go away because there's nothing else. There's nowhere else. Stop spending the millions and the billions to find a new earth. What's wrong with this one? You see what I'm saying? So the thing is like it's basically you come back down to help. But how you gonna help a strong beast? By showing it more strength. You see what I'm saying? No. Now you have to show the weakness as a strength. If anything was needed to be said within the reason I'm speaking today, this is it. You see? 1 second, guys. Yes. Yes, Ali. Okay, call me as when you are in front of the building, okay? All right, so I'll be right down. All right, guys, the thing is, my child is here or something like this. I need to do my fatherly duty. Give me a few seconds. I'm about to get her. Give me about 1 minute or something. So I shall be right back. But anyway, we're basically done with it. So but I'll be right back. All right, give me 1 quick second. Yes, guys. Yes. Thank you for waiting. You guys are so awesome. Yes, it's there's test or whatever. So children came home earlier than usual this week. So that's what it is. So now I need to go and be, not the father to my world, but the father to my child, my immediate child, or something. So the thing is like, we are children of each other. We should care about one another. So the thing is basically, like I was saying, if I can gather my thought, yes, it is. It is in the if anything I was supposed to say today, you see, it is that, because understanding right now you cannot teach a beast to be strong because it is strong in its nature already. You see what I'm saying? So now it is the weakness you got, like the emotions and stuff like this, that is more prevalent. You see, that comes forward. We need to, explain to the beast the power, control the emotional self, so that they know how to live in harmony with nature, or something like that, without destroying themselves and their surroundings, or something like that. But what that means is, most of us, we keep on coming, you see, like some parents, if you want your children to listen to you, let's take it there instead. If you want your children to listen to you, what do? First, you live by the example. If your parents amongst you live in front of these children, they are great parents, then they will already know if you are doing it yourself. Because children don't even do what they are told. They just do what they see. They mimic the beings around them because they see you taller and bigger. When you look, this is something natural. When you look at someone, when you look up to someone, literally or figuratively, you tend to follow that someone. But mostly what they do, not what they say. You see what I'm saying? So when children look up to us, literally or figuratively, they will tend to do what we do. What we say at times, but mostly even what we don't say, which is what we do. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, we won't even need to tell them to do certain things. They will already know if we were doing it ourselves. You see what I mean? Let's say my mother exists, and then she see me or he see me dealing with my mother, then they would know how to deal with their mother or father. You see what I'm saying? They would already know because they will mimic that. You see? But to talk back, it's something you don't even need to teach them in reality. If you're already doing it, they will already be doing it as well. And if you even don't do that, they will do that, because this is why you're here to give them the guidance. Why? Because they have the power of speech, per se, but they won't know what to do with it. You see what I'm saying? So that's why now you need to tell them certain things to learn, because as what you teach a baby before they speak, you have to teach more after they start speaking, because now they have the power of the gods with words. You see what I mean? But you should have already prepared them to know what words are, so that when they use it wisely. But the only thing they mostly know is be careful what you wish for. But they don't know what that means to the depth of what it is. You see what I mean? It goes beyond what we think that means. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is, like, it's the same thing now when we say children and the parents, mothers, just see it as spirit and ego. The ancestors, the spirits, they are the mothers. We listen to them. You see what I'm saying? So when we say children, and that whoever is in alignment with the ancestors and their higher selves, then also are part of the parents and the mothers and the fathers. So when we say children, we speak of the ego and the ones who are led by ego. You see what I'm saying? It's not only age. And this is why we cannot come bluntly and say, oh, black people, so-called, they want to lead the world because they are the one equipped with the proper resources DNA-wise to lead the world back to what it was before, because they were the one that were before, right? But when you look out there, you see that the black one is the one newly awakened, and the only thing he can teach right now is consumption to a higher degree, or seeking the dollar to the higher degree and sacrifice whatever it is for the dollar still to a higher degree, then how can I come out and say that? You see what I'm saying? But the facts remain. You see? But are you in the position? Just like you see the reality happens right now. Some mothers need to sit down and listen to their children. Right? Because the children know more. You see what I mean? As it is within, so it is without. You see what I mean? So that's what it is. It's just like it's only gonna show on the outside. That's why I say if each one, like not even I said it. Who said that? Each one teach one. Facts. Because even if I know whatever I know, but if my surrounding is not too far, then my children they're not just gonna follow me, because you know our children are. They like the lower self don't see quality, they see numbers, quantity. So if everybody's doing it, then they will do it. When I say children, don't only think age, because obviously age do not matter in spirit. Once you are becoming self, once you are becoming spiritual, age has nothing to do with it. And you have to know that. The rules don't apply. The same things change now. Why? Because when we say children in the old world, whatever, we're thinking small age. But now we go with degrees. You see, because among us are children that are younger, able to teach those that are older in age. That's why we have to use these things, figuratively or whatever, forgive the shortness of words, but you get it. So that's the thing. It's just like this is the new thing we want to make sure, because trust me, any decision we make, it was laying out the foundation. But you will not know the wisdom or the understanding behind what we do unless you are told what we mean or something like this, because God moves in mysterious ways. So whoever you don't understand what they do is God in reality, because only God moves in mysterious ways. That's why the people that you are easily able to tell what they're doing is just the masses, basically. Because I didn't say that. We did. You see what I'm saying? So now it takes faith, trust, and to know and then ponder upon things and know why it's happening. And if you don't know, before you judge it, ask. And if you deserve an answer, then you will get one. Meaning if your mind can really grasp that truth, that level of truth you're asking for. Because if your understanding is not there yet, then it may burn you out, burn your brain, and then you may wish you never knew that. Because truth is stranger than fictions. We say that all the time. You see what I'm saying? So this is why, who can understand what I do? Who is not against my actions? Today, everybody may be happy with me, tomorrow they're mad. But that's what parents do. Children gotta get mad at them sometimes. To the degree, like you say, okay, like they hate you or they want away with the parents. And then they wish to have a world without parents. Until they get it, they realize they want daddy and mommy back. But as children, they don't know what they want and what they need. They're only mimicking what they think adults supposed to want, what they think a man's supposed to be, what they think what a woman's supposed to be, and they're going with that. And remember, like I said, when I say children, I don't mean age. So I only speak in codes, basically. Well, if I use the words, it's coded. And that's why it's not no secret I tell you what I mean. Because I create my vocabulary to speak. You see what I'm saying? But it's something we already know. Simple. You see, but every action, there's a reason for it. And this is why when I stood, it was the first time ever I stood to say something that Seven saying I go against, but he wasn't really against, except that I understand and I already was there in my mind. And I knew this is what it is. And I already come to the realization and come to that point in time already. So, and I understand, no, we don't change that. We shouldn't come to spirituality with money. Because though money may serve spiritual, but spiritual do not depend on money. You see what I'm saying? He only serves spiritual for the same purpose that you use the money to buy gas for the car that you drive to get. But who's gonna take the car to wherever it wants is the body inside the car. You see what I'm saying? Can you walk without if the car cannot make it? Hell yeah. Same with the spirit. If the spirit gotta get out of the car to get to where it needs to go, he can discard the car. Because though he uses for sake of easiness or you know, what's the word, whatever, you know, pleasure or whatever the word exactly I'm looking for. But yes, he can continue the journey without it. It doesn't depend on it. Its dependency is only in its mind, that it brings certain pleasure. I can put the AC if it's too hot. I can get there faster. You see what I mean? So that's the thing. Everything that people say is right to a degree. You see what I mean? No one is really wrong because there's no such thing as a lie out there. Every lie only come out is because it's based on the truth. So that's why the thing is for us is just come out and say it the proper way. And allow people to say what they say too. Because when we come, let's say somebody come and say something wrong. And we come trying to make them feel bad because of that. Without using wisdom and trying to do the proper way or something. Then what we do now, we are forcing them further to disguise themselves. You see what I mean? But when you let people be themselves, then they will reveal their levels to everyone. So thereby no one needs to be, oh, I don't trust this, I don't trust that, like the monkeys are doing out there. Because once there's no trust, there's no spirit. You see what I mean? Because when the beings say I don't trust, it's because they don't even trust themselves. So if we're gonna trust each other, how can we build together? First, before we can even thinking of building together, we have to build trust. And that goes for two people in business. That goes for two people in marriage, men and women. That goes for everything. Same formula. That's why I don't, though my ego wants to shut people off, because spirit is right. You see what I mean? Sometimes spirit is right, and he goes like, yeah, shut them off. Like, yeah, go ahead and say that. So people will hear you. Like, you know what I mean? But I choose not to. Why? Sometimes even if you right, you don't do it. Why? Because ego is happy with what you're about to do. And same thing we do, you see, when the children want something, that we don't have the money, but we choose not to give it. For a reason. And by now, if you fathers and mothers, you understand why. You see what I'm saying? Not because you don't have it, but for a reason. I'm not here to teach you how to be a mother and a father, so I don't need to talk about that. Why? But we know. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is like basically, we are here to bring things the way they were. We're not here to replace whatever. We are not here to take away anything from anyone. Whatever is. But whatever is also is. You see what I'm saying? So abundance is. Controlled abundance is. You see what I'm saying? So it's all depend on what you want, truly. Because we have to, it's your desires. This experience is, we cannot take away from what you want. This is why you're here. If the spec matrix is what makes you happy, you don't want anything else, then by all means, we want to allow it to be so you can enjoy it. because that's your journey. At the same time, the will thing will exist when you graduate to it, so it can be there for you as well. But we cannot sacrifice the will for the faith. That would not be the proper way. That's why we're not here, oh, that's my land. I don't go with that. It's like the right to live according to your spirit. Do what you came to do. That's what it is, and no one can stand against that, because everybody is here for that purpose. You see what I mean? And this is why when we speak, no one is hurt or should be hurt, because we're not picking and choosing. Everyone, if God say I created all, then who am I to choose some of God's creation? Because if God is wise, then he creates or she creates for, God says what? I know what you know not. So even if I cannot understand the darkness, I have to accept it for what it is. Not change it. You see what I'm saying? So we have to understand that. So there's no need to go against people doing this, doing that, blah, blah, blah. No, let people be. But as they speak, the best you can do is to speak on the same subject on a higher level, from a higher perspective. And then thereby correcting the lesser, or adding to the lesser and making it whole, which is what I'm doing right now. Without putting down anyone and making them feel stupid, because you're dealing with ego. You have to know your ego don't like it, so, what you don't like, you don't do it to others. This is the new way. This is the new world. Now it's not just a saying, it is a being. You see what I'm saying? So that's the thing. It's just like we have to understand that what they say, even if it's wrong, it can be used for something good. Because though it may be wrong to the higher degrees, but to some degree, it is fact. That's why you find people fighting you, even when you write. Why? Because you are speaking on a different degree that they are not. You're not relating. But your job, if you say you're higher, is not to continue leaving them, separating from them, but accepting their truth. You see what I'm saying? And let it be where it is, because you already know higher anyway. So it doesn't change anything in you, except the fact that you keep the peace within you. You see what I'm saying? But now you speak on it on a higher level and allow them to see it on a higher perspective. You see what I mean? So it's just the way. Everything from now, nothing needs to be thought about, hated on, having to shoot Brother Nipsey, maybe travel well, and stuff like this. None of that needs to exist. But as a beast, in whose mind scarcity exists, obviously, someone needs to be jealous of someone. Someone needs to destroy someone, because they think, if Nipsey have all this, then I won't have all that. This is the thinking. But that's why we need to have parents to graduate to the higher one. You see what I mean? And this is why money is important, because it's God in this world. So it's not changing the name of God that is going to do anything from though still fiat, but from dollar to crypto. But it is changing the mindset. That it's not money that is God, that is the creator of money that is God. Rothschild may be God, not the dollar that he created. Because the creator is always above the creation. And we need to be God to recognize that. And this is why we worship the creation instead of the creator. You see what I mean? So when we speak, we have the conversation with our ego first. And then if ego allow us to come through to say it, then that's why ego gets the message. Why? Because ego accepts the message within ourselves and allow us, giving us, that's why you mean by working together. Because they are one. It's just talking to the child. Because we have to tame it in ourselves first. It's not just come out like it's people have ego, not you. No, it's wrong. Because people will not relate if you are not it first. For a poor man to relate to your words, you have to first be poor. That's why don't you see everyone that is out there, like Sister Daisy said, those tell you 10 steps to wealth or whatever. What do they do first? They relate to you first. It's just the way it works, whether we know it or not. They first say, I was poor. That's when they get your attention, your heart. Even if they weren't, they would say, I was poor. Their poverty may not be the same degree of yours. Their parents may have been middle class, but they say they were poor compared to where they were now, or where they are now, to relate to you. But you can only see poverty from your level. That's just the way it works. You're going to think they had no money, they were living on the streets, because that may be where you are now. Take it as you want. It works for them at the end of the day. You see what I mean? Because it's a general statement anyway. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is, basically, they would say that first, because they know, how could they even get the ego attention if they don't know what they're talking about? Because in reality, subconsciously, we know you don't know if you are coming from a level of a book. You have to be it first. You have to live it to be it, meaning. Subconsciously, we know that. So when you come, it's gonna, your message is gonna be weak in the mind of the receiver. Why? Because you did not first create a foundation, a relatable foundation. You see what I'm saying? This is why when you see the ones now controlling the weather, they had to face it first. You see what I mean? That's why they have the power over it now. They become it. They know how it works because they faced it. So whoever did not first face poverty cannot come and teach you how to gain abundance. Because facing poverty not because it was in reality, but facing it because it exists in your mind. You get it? In your mind. They had to go into your mind first and live it. Because that's where it is coming from. Not nature. Nature does not know that. No. You see what I'm saying? So since it exists in your mind, they had to face it in your mind, not run away from it to fix it. But first, they had to trust the universe because the same program you had is the same program they had. They know it's a sacrifice to go against the matrix because you are sacrificing the praise that you have achieved success. Because the masses are seeing success based on what the God taught them success is. So they can't see it even if you're successful. That's why the brother Bobby Emmett, when the aunt say, you look prosperous, the mother was on the slave level, said, he didn't do anything, he don't have nothing. You see what I mean? But the aunt knew what she was saying. And then Bobby Emmett also knew. And then Bobby Emmett say, yes, you are right, because I did sacrifice, the world wealth so that I can gain knowledge. Right now I have understanding beyond the masses. I can teach the masses now. That's why millions know of him. But do you think millions will know? How many people have millions of dollars but no one knows of them? You see what I'm saying? So that's just the way it is. He knew it, and the aunt, who was probably a witch, the type that knows nature, that have knowledge and stuff like this, could see the aura, and this is not no poor aura, because a poor mind, it doesn't matter how much money, blah, 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 you will have a certain aura to you. That's why a certain feeling to you, a certain taste to your words, a certain taste to everything you are. It doesn't matter how much money. People may worship you from a far distance because they can manipulate your vision from a far distance. But once you come close and the energies will speak and the spirit will speak to each other within the beings, then now there's no veil. There may be veil in the understanding of the ego from relating to the spiritual level, but there is no veil because your gut is feeling a way, but your mind is feeling another way. You see what I mean? So your mind or your brain is feeling happy because I'm meeting this rich person or whatever, happy and willing to bend over and get banged or whatever may happen. But the spirit in yourself is saying something completely different. And this is the war between the being. You see what I mean? It's like, you see, like the sister Stills one day, she ran away from the meeting or from the event because she couldn't take it. Because to take it, you're going to have to fake it to some degree. And, once you're free, you don't want to be fake no more. You see what I'm saying? It's like freedom is so freeing. It's so happy. It's so... Because it doesn't depend on anything. It is everything. So she ran away instead of just... But though he's there because you have to satisfy the ego to some degree, being there, being seen among those that the ego worship, that is giving the ego the sweets, the treats. But spiritually, spirits don't even want to be there. You see what I mean? Just like the children, we give them a little bit of candy, but we control how much we give. So because we know that they're going to get cavities at the end of the day, though they don't know that. You see what I mean? I just say certain things to relate it to you or something like that. So when you speak on money, yes, a lot of the people are teaching money these days. But they know you're stupid because they don't understand how you're not seeing how money is made. This is why they charge you whatever, because you can blame them. But they are not able to teach you money based on the New Eden, based on the New World, based on something higher, based on true abundance. They are not equipped with that understanding. You see what I'm saying? And this is why we will not do ourselves any favor by letting them be, because the ego, the monster who is awakened, seeking their wisdom as the all, because it's serving to some degree. Because when you are going to the level of you are the money, then it's nowhere but within you. You don't need to sell this one. You don't need to... Nothing. Now you may sell this one or whatever because you're looking to do something with yourself. Not because you need to. You see what I mean? That's what you do. You enjoy penning. So you do that not for the money. Because you don't understand. Let's say an artist can relate to this. When an artist needs to raise some money. Let's say I'm writing this movie right now. Like I already said, the storyline. We say that the storyline is we choose something in the reality because we have a reason. We have to connect the ego needs to that of the spirit, because they, like Sister Daisy said, they are one and the same. Ego loves media, to do media, not to be in the media, but to be behind the veil of the media, because what media represent in the mind of the spirit or something like that, right? So together now we are working. So allowing ego to come out and write movies, do this, do that. But spirit gotta tell ego what to write. What is out there? Okay, people are hating this, that. We need to bring love. You see what I mean? So let's everything, wherever there is hate, let's bring love into that. So now we see people are hating the transgender. We see people are hating the gays. So we see gays hating straight. And there's whatever, war. So we write movies based on what spirits say. At the same time, ego is pleased by selling it or by producing it and thereby making a little dollar for itself or to buy toys for itself. You see what I'm saying? Not taking away from anything, but accepting everything. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, it cannot be, my whole goal cannot be the money. The money is going to be the byproduct. It is the money for the ego, because the ego pays bills, the ego eats, the ego needs sex, the ego needs whatever. But spirit is in no need. So you see that it cannot be, because spirit is grander than ego. So he has to be based on the grandeur. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is, like, I write this, I say, okay, a child, a daughter, who is so in need to to please her father, decided to go under the knife for a sex change to become the son that her father have a wish for. That's the storyline, plain and simple. those who are writers already see the power. They already see the beauty in this story, how it can be developed. But first I say, I want what? I want all Asian cast. Why I say that? Not because I'm trying to be racist, if that's wrong. But the thing is that basically, I say that because there is enough English speakers or English movies on Netflix making money. So now there's a lot of unused talents in Haiti that we need to bring forward. Because even when the Haitian cast or Haitian producers produce movies, they use American actors most of the time. So that's why we need to separate things and just distribute it fairly at time. So this is why I say that. But if the Haitians are on the monkey level at the moment, they cannot see something for what it is. They don't see power where they exist because they're not powerful in themselves. So now they will pass on the opportunity by not responding to the call. But not because the call was not big. So now what do? I open it even more open to the ones that can receive it. Now it is to everyone. You see what I'm saying? Now I've turned it from Haitian to what? The black community. So if what's his name, the producers among the black community, because I know that blacks do not accept it, though they are saying fuck white, do this, blah blah blah, but subconsciously they do not worship any black person unless the white person pick him up first. In reality, so we have to go with reality. So we know it's only on the surface mouth that they say fuck the white man or whatever, but their action only follow what the white man does. You see what I'm saying? So if there's an artist, it doesn't matter how great that artist is. If the white men don't say it, they will not worship it. Just like if an actor don't get the awards from the European people, then to the black men, you're not all that. It's just the reality. You see what I'm saying? Because we may fool ourselves, but those that are paying attention, like myself, I know reality. You see what I'm saying? So knowing that, then I give them the chance to let it go. So now, what is Spirit needing all that? No, Spirit will feed everyone before itself anyway. But now we put it to the black producers, those that are like Jordan Peele and whoever is producing movies among the blacks at the moment, for lack of a better word, or something like that. But if they themselves don't see value unless the white men say to, then they will look past that. You see what I'm saying? So now I have to open it up to the whole world, everyone, white, Chinese, black, whoever comes first. But it was not wrong for me to say, okay, the Asians first. You see what I mean? Because that's how you move. Because wherever there's a lack, that's where you bring the most abundance to, complement the lacking. You see what I'm saying? So in Haiti, there's a need for the artists to eat. That's where I bring my abundance first, where it's missing. Because enough people is giving opportunities to different ones. Chinese give enough opportunities to the Chinese, white give enough opportunities to the whites, to the point where even the blacks are getting opportunities. So who needs? You see what I'm saying? So now it's not to the Asian anymore. Now it is to blacks. So once I'm done with the movie, then who is ready? Is the black ready to go beyond what the white man said, to accept it for what it is? Because is it that I need money? No, because I wrote a movie worthy of being produced. But is there any gods for will among us? You see, to see it for what it is. Because me, I don't need to be the one to produce it. I'm not seeking that because it's going to take time away from me. No, I need, sell the script and someone produce it. You see, I say I will produce if no one produces. But if someone buy it, then I sell it. And I will be happy with it. Because I sell it and take the money and spend it where it needs to be. Everybody eats at the end of the day where we at. Because we're not in competition with no one. Anyway, who can? Anyway. Because there's no competition when there's oneness. Where there's oneness, everything is one. There's no competition, one against one. What does that even mean? One times one. You see what I mean? to the point where when you multiply something to the one equals the exact same thing because there's none. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. So I hope I said it, and I hope most of the time the communities where you come from, they always say when you make it you forget your people, but sometimes they don't see that they are the one that forget themselves, because obviously it was live that I said, okay, I give it first the opportunity to the Haitian people, and then but they fell because they poor in their minds and their doings and their money, so they are not ready. So now I open it to the black, but if they are poor too, then I open it to everyone. Because why I say first I make sure to put it out for what level first, it's because I know the European don't need no one to tell them something that is big. They know. Because do you already know the minute that I mention it, there is the brother Calvin who already said the same moment, because once you want truth and then you are vibrating high and whatever you are saying is not egoistically driven and it's not selfish to yourself in a way, then the whole universe conspired to already make it happen. Right away after I said that, Calvin already said, oh, I'm going to Vegas or something like this to meet, and I'm going to have dinner with a great Hollywood respected producer who wants to come. You see the door? Right away. It doesn't take a day. It's outside of time. It already happened. That's why we say, what is poverty? You see what I mean? It already happened. But the thing is, like, as you are growing up, you want to make sure that you distribute yourself or your wealth among those where it is needed the most. Because if you do not do that, then you create a problem for yourself. Then you create someone to get jealous at Nipsey for doing great. You the one that caused that on yourself. And this is why when we move for that purpose. You see what I'm saying? We move making sure that the karma is proper on our it's completely down. You see what I'm saying? We move to make sure that our path is very rainbow-like, or the bridge is rainbow-like and comfortable. We can go back on it and then be at peace with everyone on it. Mm-hmm. And if anyone to be blamed, you can show them it was them, like the Haitian community. Let's say I sell it to the white community per se. So they're going to say, oh, look at him. He takes it and because he becomes a big movie, blah, 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 made millions of dollars. Then that they're going to be like, you see how he took it and give it? Some would say that. It's producers among us. They give it to them. But no, they did not know that it was offered first to the Haitian community. But you did not respond. But the one who was already powerful, who understands power without being told what it is, saw what it is. And this is why, even amongst yourselves on that little level that you are on entrepreneurial shape or whatever it is, we are, let's say, because I am too. So the thing is like, you would say, what do you call it? It's your surrounding. It's not mostly what you have, it's who you know. And it's true. To that degree too. It is who you know. Because if you have a bunch of writers among you producers, but they don't even know themselves enough to see something valuable, then change that surrounding. And this is why you will find that, like Will Smith himself, who would be who he is, not because he was hanging out around producers among his own community, it's because he was hanging out with the Spielbergs and outside of his community, those that can see power beyond his community. Because in his community, like you see one of the greatest among us, a Brooklyn own Spike Lee, do you remember the struggle he had to go through to create certain movies? Because he cannot be that great among his own people. When at that time his journey may have wanted to be against the white people. This is why now they may have best friends among the white. Why? Because what they thought was their enemy is basically who brought them to where they are now. If they depended on their community, what happened to Nipsey would be what happened to him. Because it's a sleeping beast there. So that's why we have to graduate to higher. And this is why everyone who's teaching you abundance today, unless they are speaking it to that degree and saying it, they are only fueling the fire of the beast, making the beast stronger and more hungry. And if I just sit back and let it be when I know better, then am I any better? Or are you any better if you know better and then not say something? Because words create will. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. So it's just there. Like I say, I have a child, I have an ego to please at times. So I do need to provide for the ego. I do need to do certain things. I do need, like the book said, to travel. But I am the money. So whatever I do is money. But where you are the money, only money can come there. You see what I'm saying? That's why I say you need money to make money. So if I'm speaking among the poor, then I'm not gonna get nothing. Because you need money to make money. But it's not really in things, but it's in mindset. Because as you can see, what is poverty when everyone thrives off poverty? When you need to get rich as a banker, where do you put your bank? Among the poor. When the Arab want to get rich, what does he put the corner store? Among the poor. When the Chinese wants to get rich, where does he or she put the nail salon and stuff like this? Among the poor. When the African want to get rich, where does he put his beauty salon, parlor, and whatever? Amongst the poor. Because in reality, poverty does not exist. That's why you see the poor ones, whether rich poor or poor, they would say mindset poor. They would say, our dollar are the strongest. Because the poor is strong in number. And poverty does not exist. So, you see what I'm saying? But we speak on money, though we know it's uncomfortable for everyone. But that's what we're supposed to do. Because this is where the lack is. And the second one in the sexual energies. The two main things. Money and sex. You see what I mean? That's why any shows that make money or any videos that make money these days either speak on sex or money. You see what I mean? But the money, those that control or in harmony with the sexual energies, still need understanding on the money level. You see what I mean? And then they will come though with the understanding of the sexual energies, come thinking that they can take that and then teach on the wealth and the abundance position, where they will not do the same good they did on the level of the sexual. Why? Because they may have gone outside of their area of expertise. You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. As your wish, why do I can speak on both? Is because as your wish was, I want to make a lot of money. I want to be rich. My wish as a child was to know everything. You see? It was to know everything. But knowing everything is painful. That's why you see those who know suffer the most. It's just the way it is. Because as you are living amongst the dead who don't know something, then what is your knowing gonna serve you except that it's gonna give you more pain? And this is why you see a lot of those people that always say, oh, showing up, blah, 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 it's because they don't know better. That's why they think someone on that level can show up. Why they missed the point in the movie like X-Men. Look at those that have power, what they want to do. The children mainly. Oh, I just want to be like everyone else. You see what I'm saying? They don't want it. I'm a freak. I don't. That's how those who know not feel all the time. It just doesn't feel good. Because the nature of who we are as human beings is to fade in. You see what I'm saying? Regardless what we have to sacrifice, we will sacrifice our own power. our own protection. The power protects us against those who don't know. Yet we are ready to sacrifice it just to fit in. That's why when someone say anyone on that level showing off, they're already telling you about themselves. That they have never reached power in themselves. Because anyone who has it wanna give it up. And life is powerful. How many of us commit suicide? And the ones that are even rich, where richness is God to some among us. You see? Even with the power that you think they have, where life is the true power, they have both life and the money that you worship, yet they still kill themselves. The truth surrounds you all around. You see what I'm saying? But you're missing it because you think you know. But if you don't know and you come as a child, then everything is open to you. That's why do you think I know anything? Because I know I don't know now. Because an empty cup, you see what I mean? An empty cup is the only thing that can get filled. But if it comes full, you can pour it from today to tomorrow and nothing will be added. Simply. So we don't do ourselves a service acting like we know. I want you to understand, as the leader of the new world, to understand that to move forward is to think differently. It's not being arrogant that's going to take you anywhere. Listen to the brother. Be humble. You see what I'm saying? It is what we need to do because we are here to be the way, to show the way to a beast, the awakened being. As you can see, the beast already feeling greatness just by being awakened. Like among us, they're like, a bunch of sleepers, they're sleeping. Yeah, I feel big because I'm awake. They're already taking that as the power. But power is. But what happens with power doesn't always be positive. It can be something destructive. You see what I'm saying? But it's not the power that destroys, it's who's using that power. So being awakened is powerful indeed. But is it gonna be power for you or against you? You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. So now I want you to understand there's no showing off in the new world. I want you to understand freedom. When feeling freedom is to accept yourself for who you are. Weakness and strength. Ugliness and beauty. It's not to fight it and pretend it's not there. It's to accept it for what it is. Therefore, we don't need to always act like we know it. But open to know more. Because this is what we are trying to portray to the ego. Or to the beast that is awakened. They will not learn anything if we continue to be arrogant. We know. Because the beast already knows, obviously. Because in the beast is the same potential in God. It is a click of a second that the beast graduates from the beast to the God. It is an understanding that take him there. And understanding needs no time. You see what I'm saying? So we have to help people with our weakness more than we help them with our strength. Because it is not a lack of strength that we have. It is a lack of weakness. Or lack of dealing with weaknesses. In a mature way. Or balanced way. So our vulnerability help the reality now in this new world more than our knowing selves. Because a lot of things we teach people out there cannot help them. Let's say a lot of the people among the conscious community was teaching what? Teaching Kemet, knowledge, or the script, or method, this, that, blah, blah, blah. But knowledge was created, and this is where the confusion came about. Well, like Sevan taught us, when the gods were traveling above the waters, and then they see the children of men, and then they say, let's go down and confuse them. Using what? Knowledge. I mean, using language. So the ego seeks to be relevant. Okay, now I know of the language, so let me make it my power, that I can teach it. Oh, and then they will not listen to anyone that don't know it do nothing, because this is the shit. You see what I'm saying? Thereby they're stopping their own evolution. You see, they think they know sex because they know Medunetta. They think they know finance because they know Medunetta. They think that, but in themselves they know they don't know. That's what I'm saying, and this is why they seek to know more from someone else in secret, listening to some YouTube things, this and that, blah blah blah. But that's not the new way. You see, I mean, the new way is to be free, not having to hide anything that don't needs to be hidden. Because darkness don't hide what doesn't need to be hidden. Darkness only hides what needs to be in darkness. And what needs to be in darkness today may be the forefront or the star in the next evolution. You see what I mean? Because light comes from darkness. If it is there, it's only because no one is able to perceive it as the light. Because light depends on the perceiver or the receiver. How much light comes to you in the world, and you take it as darkness all the time. And this is why you destroyed Christ in the first place. Because the light, you saw it as darkness, and you killed them. You see what I mean? So it's just the way it is. A lot of knowledge are shared, but it doesn't really need to, because it's not going to take you anywhere. Because the world is not in need of more knowledge, because it's enough knowledge or too much knowledge that are the problem now. It's not a lack of. It's too much of it, but a bit of understanding of what we know. So what we teach, we have to be careful with it. And this is why when we don't make it about money, then we only teach what needs to be taught. What's really going to create paradise. But when it's about the money, then we have to please the ego, because money was created by ego. Thereby we have to please the ego. Not the ancestors, not spirit, not the soul, not God, nothing beyond that. You see what I'm saying? And this is where the danger was. When I say, okay, it cannot be the spiritual movement or the evolution of the spirit cannot be about money. You see what I'm saying? You may make money. Because like myself, how many people offer me to go around, speak and do this, and then I'll have 10 people in my team just to serve me. All you have to do is to go to different hotels around the world and then go to the event and speak. But the thing is, like, why? You see what I'm saying? So that's what it is. You can't just jump in and take things because they offer opportunity. You will jump and take it if opportunity is what you were looking for. You see what I mean? But if it wasn't, then it's easy to pass it by. Why it's a small fish still, according to what you really want. Because that can serve me. But how many gurus go around the world, but yet people still not getting it? You see what I mean? Because it's not just because, okay, they can travel, do this, and then that's what, nah. When the truth will, the way it's supposed to be spoken, it can happen even no one even in the ethers. Like the 100 monkey experiment. You have to just first recognize it. That's it. Once you recognize it, and then everything will change from there on. But we seek to make things complicated more than they are. Because we are coming from a lower self perspective. Yet we think we know the higher self. And if you ask anyone if they're on the lower self, they'll tell you, hell no. Yet how the fuck can a higher self create hell? Where it is. Do you see God in hell? Do you ever hear God going in hell? No. You see what I mean? So if there's hell, then someone gotta be lying, saying they're in their higher selves. Because how the fuck can there be hell around you when you're in your higher self? You see what I mean? But I'm not saying that some of us aren't. Because aren't we one? If one figure is in the higher self, how about the rest of the body? Hell. So this is why each one teach one. Because only when the whole body accepts the light, then everything changes for everyone. You see what I mean? But when we go on a selfish level, like we say, and there's wisdom in selfishness, like the brother who, created Hollywood, Alexa Crowley would say, it's a virtue, selfishness, and we understand. Yes, to some degree it is, but to a degree where Earth is, it's not. You see what I mean? Because Earth has enough. It is abundance. When you become abundance, then there's no scarcity. Then what's the need to be selfish? That's why we want to create proper abundance, not the controlled little. Though it may be big to all of us, to the degree that we think it's okay to sell the soul for it, obviously. But the real one it needs to be. Because he needs to exist in parallel to the lesser. But the lesser cannot be the only thing. Because the ones you see that are rich in this world now, they seek enlightenment. Because they're not worried about the dollar like me and you. Especially about the ones that create money. You see what I'm saying? Or the one that has it all. That have a business that is creating wealth on the go, like an investor from Apple, let's say, Apple Inc. That invested since the beginning of Apple when stocks were at cents or something like that. Imagine that money keeps on coming in that person's bank account. You think that person is worried about money? Apple does good or wrong, it still make money. People like this do not worry about a dollar. So now they worry about what does life has to offer that is more. But if the spiritual leaders are coming with the same thirst, then they will not see a need for evolution. Because they can't see if there's anything more. They depend on the spiritual leaders, but spiritual leaders are willing to sacrifice everything to gain a dollar. So who benefits at the end of the day? No one. And this is why it's important for people like myself to speak, I said. Not that I want to, but because I need to. If I care, truly. And I could give no fuck about how people feel about me saying that. Because when I say that, I don't mean to step on toes saying no one, no. Because like I say, everyone has a purpose, like Sevan just said. Everyone. I will not help you if I don't live that purpose. And I will not help myself. Same way you, if you fail to be yourself, then you're nothing to me. Just like a parent is nothing to the child if she cannot stand and say no when he or she needs to. You see what I mean? Whether the child accepts it or not. To the point they say, oh, I want a world without parents. And then after a wish, parents come back. I've seen a movie like this. I don't know if it was Mars or My Parents Went to Mars, whatever the title of the movie was. His wish in the beginning of the movie, it's a wise man that wrote this movie. You see it as a child, but he's speaking about humanity, the ego. You see what I mean? It's not speaking on numbers. You see what I mean? Child is the ego. He can be 60 years old, 100 years old, whatever, still a child. If mentally he did not evolve. To accept dark and light. And that's further evolution. You see what I mean? So that's the thing. In the beginning of the movie, the child is like, I wish he made a wish while the star was passing, if I'm not mistaken. And he said, I wish a world with no parents. Then he got it. And then had to go and spend his whole life trying to save and bring back the parents that he wished to take away. You see what I mean? And this is what humanity is doing. And this is the same thing when I speak as a parent among humanity. then you feel the same way as a child would. You wish I was not speaking. You wish to tame my mouth. You wish to say shut up or talk back or whatever. Because you do not see or you do not mature enough to accept wisdom. You see what I mean? But we do not need no one to tell us who is higher, who is lower. These things tell themselves. Spirit do not lie, basically. Spirit will come as it is. Ego may lie, but spirit will come as it is. If you are watching ego, meaning if you are looking on the surface what he's wearing, if he's name brand or if he travels the world of this and that, then you are fooled as a fool. But if you are listening to the voice, whether it's saying bullshit or truth, then you are listening to spirit. Then spirit, when ego is speaking, is spirit coming through, but tainted with the ego mind. So now you will know the level of the spirit coming through, not the degree of spirit itself, but how much of spirit is coming through and how much of ego is coming through. So therefore, spirit is very small in the speech, or if ego is small in the speech. You'll be able to say it through that. Silence speaks louder than words, and that goes for spirit as well. When you tame spirit from speaking, then the silence of the spirit, because spirits don't need to speak. Okay. Because you need spirit guidance. Spirit don't need ego guidance. You see what I'm saying? Spirit needs the vessel, but spirit moves without. You see the relation? So that's just the way it is. So spirit will be the adult one to, okay, I'll shut up. Not the mouth, untamed mouth running, always wanna run. That's not spirit. You see? So that's why, do anyone online think or anywhere, I need them to tell me who they are and where they are? No. Because you telling me now will tint my vision. If it is not in alignment, then now I may doubt myself, which may be wrong. Like I say, may be wrong. You see, leaving the possibility, leaving the gate for, you see, something better, because we wish that you're right, indeed. You see what I mean? So that's the thing. It's like just saying certain things, we listen. And as we listen, all we're listening to is spirit, not the ego. We listen to the silence of spirit or the words of spirit. Because even you yourself say it all the time, the one who truly loves you will understand your silence even more than your words. Do I love my ancestors? Yes. So I understand their silence more than their words. I mean, they don't need to speak to me for me to understand. The silence alone speaks loud. So that's what I mean. So this is a very important topic, as you can see. And when we are touching on the God, the control of the world, that which make the world go round. Imagine. So when we are speaking on these things, it cannot just be a simple 1 hour thing, obviously. I don't know how long I've been going, you see. But we need to say more, and we are aware. But there's things of lesser degrees that we need to take care of. But you are the higher degree. You see, I mean, as I should be in your eyes. Because in you, like Sevan teach, exists a uniqueness that is needed to move things forward. It's just like if we are building a car and one tire is missing when the car is supposed to go on 4, then imagine. You see, you can't go anywhere. You see what I mean? So that's that uniqueness we are talking about. So therefore, when you speak to me, if you are telling me truth, then you are doing me great service. Thereby, at the same time, since all is self, doing yourself a great service as well, because you don't need me to be an obstacle on your path, obviously. You see what I'm saying? So let us do that. And to do that is not to pretend, but to be free to be ourselves. And who we are is perfect only with our imperfections included. Not always come in and be perfect. Like you can see Sevan himself, if he cannot be imperfect from an egoistic point of view, like his ego is taming, but sometimes he has to find the words to express himself. Where some people will come and try to disrespect him because he forgot how to spell a word, or forgot because the ego is seeking to belittle what he's listening instead of accepting the power that is given to it. That's why we are our greatest enemy. Thinking, oh, the word, the way you spell the word makes a difference. Trying to disrespect him because of a word he misspelled. Yet science is being spoken to you. The science of life, higher science. You disregard all of that just because of the way someone spelled a word. How, when you vibrate higher, do you really think words have any meaning anymore? You see what I'm saying? So that's the thing. We have to understand. You see, so it's not pretending that we are God that's going to help. It's being God. And as you can see, God went all through all this trouble to become man, to experience itself. So what makes you think that he's going to give that up after he went through all of that? The only reason we're pretending to be God is because we forgot that we were. You see what I mean? Because there's no pretend anymore. Once you accept that you are God, then now your weakness now is beautiful. Because God enjoys the weaknesses. You see what I mean? God don't. That's why you will find. Don't you see the movie with what's his name? When he was God, with Jim Carrey and my favorite with the voice. You see, like not Samuel L. Jackson though. The Morgan Freeman, great one. You see that movie? He was God, but was he the janitor? God being the janitor, they'll go and painting, cleaning. He's doing everything, and he enjoys it. Why? Because when you are everything, what do you need to prove? What do you need to... You see, you enjoy the good as you would the bad. Because to you, where you are, it's only an experience. And who gives up an experience if your purpose is to experience? Unless you forget yourself, thereby your purpose. You see what I'm saying? So this is why in this teaching today, I'm just showing you why you don't need to show off, why you need to be free, because God is free. So if we have to hide this, blah, 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 like weaknesses that don't need to be hidden, because people can learn from that weakness, then we're not helping. You see what I mean? So that's why we need to just show the beauty in our weaknesses, show the beauty in our vulnerability, because He exists there. But we need to learn to see it for what it is. Because like I said, the beast doesn't need to know it's strong. It is strong already. That's why you see everybody's God, because it is, they are. But what they need to know is how to be human right now. Because they, as God, they came into a vessel to experience life as a human. So they need to know how to do that. But God, yes, they are. And why do you think God cannot come in this reality except that He would be destroyed? Why? Because it's too small for God. You see what I mean? So when you're saying you are God, if you don't know what you're saying, then you're not going to help, because God don't belong in creation. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't. It creates, but it doesn't belong in it. So when you're in it, it's because you want to experience your creation. So to experience your creation, you cannot just go to being God where it doesn't belong. You become what you belittle yourself to be to experience the creation. So do that. Be men and women. Be human. Humans is what loves. You see what I mean? Because that's an attribute of God. You see what I mean? Or of the mother. Because obviously the mother would destroy us already if she was not loving unconditionally. You see what I'm saying? So be that love of the mother, great mother. Be that compassion of great mother. Be the resources for those that lacks, as mother provides. The mother is the providence. Mother is the provision. Mother is the provider. Because men may say, okay, we are the provider, but whoever gave life to you will provide to you. Your mother, your father? No. You're dependent on your mom tits. So she provides. You see what I mean? Like, obviously, you see a little Melamine is going around with no food for 20 years. So that's the food that father provides. You see what I mean? But he couldn't go without the food mother provides. Nah. You see what I mean? So that's the thing. So we have to understand what things are in the proper way or something. So we can stop wasting our time and wasting our energy pretending, just like the movie say, we are the world. Is like we can't go on pretending day by day. Because yes, he worked in the old world. He worked in the fake matrix. Of course, come on, fake matrix, fake beings. But when you are transversing from the fake to the real, from how you call that? When you have liberty to freedom, or like given rights to unalienable rights and this and that, then now it's something else. You can't fake it no more. You have to now be it. You see what I'm saying? Because as you can say, you see, this is the age of Aquarius, isn't it? So let's be what we say. You see what I mean? So no one came to be God, because you are God already. But you came to experience your creation. So let us be that which we came to be, human beings. And human beings work together, like all the animals. You see the wolves hunt in pack, and the ants, they work in pack. That's why they may be weak, but they are the sole survivor of a flood, and because they work together. The bees control the ecosystem because they're working together. And human beings also, as we are the apex, we're supposed to work together. You know, like when someone goes without this and we went with it, then they come back and give us what we're missing. We have to also complement what they, that's just the way it works. You see what I mean? But in reality, there's no scarcity, except that it's in the mind. So this is why one being in the world, if he or she release that wealth that do not belong to he or she, then everybody turns to millionaire overnight without even having to lift a finger. It's that simple. Because it did not exist, except that someone would think that there's scarcity, take everything. You see what I mean? Or take your rights to everything. Let's say someone needs a house right now. Do you think there's everywhere, there's no land, empty land? Come on. And what do we use when we go to Home Depot to buy things? What do we use? The drywall. Let's say, no, not dirt drywall, but what do you think they transform from the drywall? Where do they get it from? Nature. The woods that we buy, 2x4, 6x6, whatever, where do you think they get it? Nature, trees. So you have everything you need out there without even having to spend a dollar, except your time. That's why we say time is money, because that's what it is. You see what I'm saying? So there's no need for anything when really people are being who they are, like the true God. Not the God who's confused as to what to do, but the God who knows that I came here to be human. So let me be that to the best of my ability. You see what I'm saying? To be human meaning to provide for the ones who can provide for self, who don't know themselves enough to provide. To love those who is in need of it. To give what they have. Whether it is money, a smile, wealth, this, that, blah, blah, blah. Sex. Because there's so many people may say prostitution is bad, but when in reality, a lot of men that could not afford to have a wife, they depend on those women to bust a nut. And if you did not allow them, if the pastors come and kill the prostitutes and stuff like this and burn their bordels or whatever, so these men now have no choice but to go out there and take your daughters and rape them, because the sexual energy need to be circulated. So this is why I need you to understand. You have to know what you're doing when you want to go against something, because you might create a greater problem. Let's say prostitution may have not been a problem. What is the percentage of your daughters becoming prostitutes if there's prostitution somewhere? But what is the ratio of what can happen if you take that love they can buy away from them, that your daughters now may get raped by them? That's what you see out there. Rapes everywhere, blah, blah, blah. Because we have the pastors coming around saying, no to prostitution, no to that, blah, 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 blah. Everything that exists is because of something that is lacking. And lacking not in the reality, but lacking in your mind. Mismanagement of things. And then, as you're not creating the solution, meaning you are creating something. And that something is the problem. So when you create the problem because you failed to create the solution, then nature provides a solution for it. It may be against you or for you. Because what can you say if it's for you if it was not created by you? Because happiness is something that can come from within alone. So I could go over and over and over and over, but I choose not to, because, as you can see, I'm weak right now. Because the body, when spirit's truth is the highest frequency, and when spirit is speaking truth, I mean, it's already surpassing its vicinity, I would say. So that's why you will feel hot, you will feel this, your voice getting deeper, whatever, because it's burning out your the offices, or burning out the tools or something like this, the vocal cords and whatever. This is why when someone a singer is singing her heart or his heart out, you will find they burn the vocal cords. They have to go to the doctors, because who you really are, the body can only handle so much of it. So once you know who you are, there's no need to pretend. So that's why let's stop pretending, because there's no need for that. You see what I mean? I see more beauty in someone who comes and asks a question and act like they don't know something than I see in someone that come and act like they know everything. Maybe you're seeing different, but me, I don't see like you do. And that's what the ancestors need. You see what I mean? For those who see like that. You see what I mean? Or something like this. So let us just be ourselves, because what we came to teach, like we say, is how to be human. You see what I mean? Because the problem is not we need to become God, because God don't belong here. Like we say, the problem is to know who we are, meaning we know we are God's children of God. So now what is our purpose in life now? To be human. So let's teach how to be that. That's the greatest teaching, because this is why we came. You see what I mean? So that's what it is. And humans are subject to mistakes and weaknesses. And the mistake of a human is a lesson for everyone. So it's not something for you to destroy him for, especially if you're the cause of that mistake. But it's something for you to analyze and understand and evolve from together, so that we can be greater human beings. And to humans, and I love you as you love me. Live, love, laugh, and learn. Aibo. Thank you guys for coming. Let me go back to the live and see who's here to think. Oh, as I can see, the video got shut down from Facebook. So, as you know, I don't expect it, but I expect it. So the thing is like, but thank God, we had backup and stuff like that. So what it is basically now we have a need to release the end of it or something like this. So I mean, for whatever was missing or something like that. So we will make sure to release the recording on YouTube or whatever for whatever you have missed. We don't know what that is. But this is why we can't depend on one thing. We have to learn from savants mistakes because all the time he say, okay, you have to record different things because sometimes after you speak, let spirit speak through and stuff like this, then the energies that may be against the truth, gonna manipulate the reality and the internet or whatever, and the tools that we use. So the more you use, the more you have a chance to relate the message. So we thank him for that, and that is him showing his witness, and I learned from it. So thank you for being that God that is love, that is in love with being human, because you know why you are a human. Not because that's who you are, because that's who you wanted to be to experience your godness. All right, so thank you guys. Have fun, live, love, laugh, live. We love you. Till next time. See you for.
Supplying your ears.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Contraband. This is a contraband.